Imagine waking up each day with a sense of calm, knowing that whatever life throws your way, you have the tools to handle it. Picture yourself facing challenges with confidence, no longer overwhelmed by stress or anxiety. You move through your day with purpose, guided by a wisdom that helps you make decisions with clarity and live with peace of mind. What if I told you that this is not just a dream, but something you can achieve by embracing a few simple habits? Life is full of problems. Some are small, like running late for an appointment or dealing with a rude comment. Others are bigger, like losing a job, facing a health crisis, or experiencing a relationship breakdown. These challenges can feel like waves crashing over us, one after another, leaving us struggling to stay afloat. But what if there was a way to calm those waters, to navigate through life with a sense of control and resilience? The truth is, while we can't stop problems from coming our way, we can change how we respond to them. And that makes all the difference. Imagine having a set of tools that help you see problems not as obstacles, but as opportunities for growth. Tools that allow you to stay calm under pressure, make wise decisions, and keep moving forward no matter what. These tools exist, and they come from the ancient wisdom of Stoicism. Stoicism is a philosophy that has been practiced for thousands of years by people seeking to live better lives. It's not about suppressing your emotions or ignoring your problems. Instead, it's about developing a mindset that empowers you to face life's challenges head-on with courage, clarity, and grace. Consider this. Most of the problems we face aren't really about the situations themselves, but about how we react to them. Stress, anxiety, frustration, and even anger often come not from the events in our lives, but from our thoughts and feelings about those events. By changing how we think and what we focus on, we can change our experience of life itself. Let me ask you something. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to handle challenges effortlessly, while others crumble under the slightest pressure? It's not that the former have fewer problems. It's that they have learned how to deal with them effectively. They have mastered certain habits that allow them to stay grounded, focused, and resilient, no matter what comes their way. These habits are not difficult to learn, but they do require practice and commitment. They are like seeds that, when planted and nurtured, grow into strong, deep-rooted trees that can withstand even the fiercest storms. And the best part? These habits are within everyone's reach, regardless of age, background, or circumstances. Now, think about the challenges you face in your own life. Maybe you're dealing with stress at work, struggling to balance your personal and professional life, or facing uncertainties about the future. Perhaps you're dealing with difficult people, or you're simply feeling overwhelmed by the pace of modern life. Whatever your situation, these habits can help you find the clarity and strength you need to navigate through it. Imagine starting your day with a clear mind, reflecting on what's truly important and letting go of unnecessary worries. You focus on what you can control, not wasting energy on things beyond your reach. You embrace discomfort, knowing that it builds your resilience and prepares you for bigger challenges. You cultivate gratitude, appreciating the present moment and finding joy in the simple things. You live according to your values, making decisions that align with your true self, and you detach from outcomes, trusting that you've done your best. You accept change as a natural part of life, developing patience and endurance to face adversity with grace. And finally, you speak and act with mindfulness, avoiding misunderstandings and building strong, positive relationships. These habits aren't just abstract concepts. They are practical, actionable steps you can take to improve your life. They are like a compass that guides you through the ups and downs, helping you stay on course even when the path gets tough. They empower you to face challenges with a calm mind and a strong heart, to see problems not as setbacks, but as opportunities for growth. Imagine how different your life could be if you embraced these habits. Instead of reacting impulsively to stress, you take a step back, breathe, and respond thoughtfully. Instead of getting caught up in things you can't control, you focus on what you can change and let go of the rest. Instead of avoiding discomfort, you face it head-on, knowing that it makes you stronger. Instead of taking things for granted, you practice gratitude and find peace in the present moment. Instead of being swayed by others' opinions or external pressures, you live according to your own values. Instead of being attached to specific outcomes, you do your best and trust the process. Instead of resisting change, you embrace it, knowing that it's a natural part of life. And instead of speaking or acting without thinking, you choose your words and actions carefully, building trust and understanding in your relationships. These habits are like a shield that protects you from the chaos of the world. They help you maintain your inner peace, no matter what's happening around you. They give you the strength to keep moving forward, even when the path is difficult. And they allow you to live a life that is not just about surviving, but thriving, a life that is rich in meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. So, how do you start? How do you begin to cultivate these habits and make them a part of your daily life? The journey begins with a single step, the decision to commit to your growth and well-being. It's about taking small, consistent actions every day, knowing that each step brings you closer to the life you want to live. You don't have to do it all at once. Start with one habit, practice it until it becomes second nature, and then move on to the next. Over time, you'll find that these habits become a part of who you are, shaping your thoughts, actions, and experiences in profound ways. Remember, life will always have its challenges, but with the right habits, you can face them with confidence and ease. You have the power to transform your life, to turn problems into possibilities, and to live with a sense of calm and clarity that few ever achieve. It all begins with embracing these simple yet powerful habits. Are you ready to take that first step? To start living a life that is not just free from problems, but filled with purpose and peace. The journey is yours to begin, and the rewards are beyond measure. Imagine ending each day not with the weight of unresolved worries, but with a sense of peace, clarity, and understanding. Picture yourself reflecting on your actions, your thoughts, and your emotions, and discovering insights that guide you toward a better tomorrow. This is the power of daily reflection, a habit that can unlock the answers to many of life's challenges. It's a simple practice, yet profoundly transformative. Let's explore how this habit can become your key to a life of greater wisdom, peace, and personal growth. Daily reflection is like looking into a mirror for your mind and soul. It's about pausing, taking a deep breath, and asking yourself, what did I learn today? How did I handle the situations that came my way? Where can I grow? These questions might seem small, but they have the potential to create significant shifts in your life. Reflection gives you the opportunity to learn from your experiences, both good and bad. It helps you understand your reactions, recognize patterns in your behavior, and make conscious decisions about how you want to live. When you start this practice, you might find it challenging at first. It's not always easy to face yourself honestly, especially when it comes to admitting mistakes or acknowledging areas where you could improve. But this honesty is where true growth begins. By being willing to look at yourself without judgment, you can start to see where your strengths lie and where you might be holding yourself back. Self-examination doesn't just help you understand your actions, it also helps you understand your emotions. Often, we go through life reacting to situations without really understanding why we feel the way we do. Daily reflection allows you to dig deeper into your emotions, to ask yourself, why did I feel angry in that moment? What triggered my anxiety? How can I handle my emotions better next time? By understanding the root causes of your emotions, you gain the power to manage them more effectively. Instead of being controlled by your feelings, you learn to respond to them in a way that aligns with your values and goals. Another benefit of daily reflection is that it helps you stay connected to your values. In the hustle and bustle of everyday life, it's easy to lose sight of what truly matters to you. Reflection gives you the space to reconnect with your core beliefs and principles. It's a time to ask yourself, am I living in alignment with my values? Are my actions reflecting the kind of person I want to be? When you regularly take the time to check in with yourself, you're more likely to stay on track and live a life that feels authentic and meaningful. Daily reflection also enhances your problem-solving skills. When you take the time to review your day, you can identify challenges that came up and consider how you handled them. You might ask yourself, did I approach this situation in the best possible way? What could I do differently next time? This kind of reflective thinking helps you learn from your experiences, so you're better prepared to handle similar situations in the future. It's like building a mental toolkit of strategies and insights that you can draw on whenever you face a new challenge. Furthermore, daily reflection fosters a sense of gratitude and contentment. As you reflect on your day, you start to notice the small victories and positive moments that might have otherwise gone unnoticed. You begin to appreciate the simple things: a kind word from a colleague, a moment of peace during your commute, the satisfaction of completing a task. These reflections help you cultivate a mindset of gratitude, which can greatly enhance your overall well-being. When you focus on what went well rather than what went wrong, you start to see your life in a more positive light. One of the most profound aspects of daily reflection is its ability to bring clarity and direction to your life. When you regularly take the time to reflect, you begin to see patterns in your behavior and choices. You start to understand what motivates you, what drains your energy, and what brings you joy. This self-awareness is incredibly powerful. It helps you make decisions that are aligned with your true desires and goals. Instead of drifting through life, reacting to whatever comes your way, you become intentional about the direction you're heading in. You start to live with purpose, making choices that move you closer to the life you want to create. Daily reflection also plays a crucial role in improving your relationships. By taking the time to think about your interactions with others, you can identify areas where you might have reacted poorly or where you could have communicated more effectively. This kind of self-examination helps you develop greater empathy and understanding toward others. It encourages you to consider how your actions and words impact those around you, leading to more harmonious and fulfilling relationships. As you continue to practice daily reflection, you may also notice a shift in how you handle adversity. Life is full of challenges, and it's easy to get overwhelmed when things don't go as planned. But through reflection, you learn to see these challenges from a different perspective. Instead of viewing them as insurmountable obstacles, you start to see them as opportunities for growth and learning. You ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can I grow stronger because of it? This mindset shift helps you approach difficulties with a sense of resilience and optimism, knowing that each challenge is an opportunity to become a better version of yourself. Moreover, daily reflection nurtures a deep sense of inner peace. When you take the time to reflect on your day, you give yourself the chance to process your thoughts and emotions, rather than letting them build up inside you. This practice helps you release any tension or negativity you may be holding on to, allowing you to end your day with a clear and calm mind. It's like hitting the reset button each evening, so you can start the next day with a fresh perspective and renewed energy. Another important aspect of daily reflection is its role in helping you develop self-compassion. We all have moments where we fall short of our expectations or make mistakes. Through reflection, you can acknowledge these moments without harsh self-criticism. Instead of beating yourself up, you can approach your shortcomings with kindness and understanding. You ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I do better next time? This attitude of self-compassion is essential for personal growth because it allows you to learn from your mistakes without being weighed down by them. Incorporating daily reflection into your life doesn't require a lot of time or complicated rituals. It can be as simple as spending a few minutes each evening reviewing your day, perhaps writing in a journal, or simply sitting quietly with your thoughts. The key is consistency, making reflection a regular part of your routine. Over time, you'll find that this small investment of time pays off in big ways, helping you navigate life's challenges with greater wisdom, peace, and resilience. As you make daily reflection a habit, you'll likely find that it starts to influence other areas of your life as well. You might become more mindful in your actions, more intentional in your choices, and more present in your interactions with others. Reflection has a ripple effect, creating positive changes that extend far beyond the few minutes you spend each day looking inward. Ultimately, the practice of daily reflection is about building a deeper connection with yourself. It's about understanding who you are, what you want, and how you can grow. It's a journey of self-discovery that leads to greater self-awareness, personal growth, and inner peace. And as you continue on this journey, you'll find that many of life's challenges become more manageable, not because the challenges have changed, but because you have. So, as you move forward, consider making daily reflection a part of your life. Embrace the opportunity to look inward, to learn from your experiences, and to grow into the person you want to be. The answers to many of life's challenges are already within you. You just need to take the time to discover them. Through daily reflection, you can unlock the wisdom and strength that lie within, guiding you toward a life of greater clarity, peace, and fulfillment. As you reflect on your day, recognizing the lessons learned and the emotions felt, a natural question arises. How can you take this newfound self-awareness and use it to navigate life with greater ease and effectiveness? The answer lies in mastering the art of focusing on what you can control. This Stoic habit, simple in concept yet profound in its impact, is the key to unlocking a life of mental clarity and peace. It's about shifting your energy away from the things that drain you and directing it toward the actions and thoughts that truly matter. Imagine the power of letting go of the things that cause you stress, knowing that they are beyond your control, and instead channeling your focus into what you can influence. This shift in perspective has the potential to transform your life in ways you might never have imagined. At the heart of this practice is the understanding that much of what happens in life is beyond our control. The weather, other people's actions, the economy, even our own health to some extent. These are things we can't dictate. Yet, we often find ourselves consumed with worry, frustration, or anger about these very things. This misplaced focus not only drains our energy, but also clouds our judgment and diminishes our ability to respond effectively to the challenges we face. By contrast, when we focus on what we can control, our own thoughts, actions, and attitudes, we reclaim our power and bring clarity to our minds. Imagine being caught in a heavy rainstorm. You can't control the weather, but you can control how you respond to it. Do you curse the sky and get soaked in misery, or do you find shelter, enjoy the sound of the rain, and perhaps even take the opportunity to reflect or read a book? This simple scenario illustrates a profound truth. Our peace of mind is not determined by external events, but by how we choose to perceive and respond to them. This concept is central to Stoicism and is reflected in the teachings of the great Stoic philosopher Epictetus, who famously said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." By internalizing this wisdom, you can begin to shift your focus away from external circumstances and toward the inner world where your true power lies. This shift doesn't mean ignoring or denying the difficulties you face. Rather, it's about approaching them with a mindset that prioritizes what you can actually influence. Consider the common experience of dealing with other people's behavior. Perhaps a colleague is difficult to work with, or a loved one has a habit that frustrates you. It's easy to get caught up in wishing they would change, spending your mental and emotional energy on something that's outside your control. But the Stoic approach invites you to shift your focus inward. Instead of trying to change the other person, which is beyond your power, you focus on changing your response to them. You ask yourself, how can I communicate more effectively? How can I set boundaries or manage my expectations? How can I cultivate patience or compassion in this situation? By focusing on what you can control, you not only improve your own well-being, but also create a more positive dynamic in your relationships. This approach also applies to larger, more abstract challenges, such as the state of the world. It's easy to feel overwhelmed by global issues like climate change, economic instability, or social injustice. While these issues are undeniably important, they are also largely beyond the control of any one individual. However, you can focus on the small, concrete actions that you can take: recycling, supporting ethical companies, voting, or volunteering. By concentrating on these actions, you contribute to positive change in a way that's within your reach, without becoming paralyzed by the magnitude of the problem. Focusing on what you can control also fosters resilience. When you're faced with a difficult situation, such as a job loss or a health crisis, it's natural to feel disoriented and anxious. But by narrowing your focus to what you can control, you regain a sense of agency. You can't control whether you get that job, but you can control how you prepare for the interview, how you follow up, and how you manage your emotions in the process. You can't control the course of an illness, but you can control how you take care of yourself, how you seek out treatment, and how you maintain your mental and emotional health. This mindset doesn't just help you survive tough times, it helps you thrive by turning adversity into an opportunity for growth. In everyday life, this practice can be applied in countless ways. For example, when driving in traffic, you can't control the flow of cars or the actions of other drivers, but you can control your own driving habits, your patience, and your choice of route. When working on a team project, you can't control your colleagues' contributions, but you can control the quality of your own work, your communication, and your willingness to collaborate. When dealing with a financial setback, you can't control the market or the economy, but you can control your spending, your saving habits, and your financial planning. This approach also extends to your inner world, particularly your thoughts and emotions. While you can't always control your initial emotional reactions, you can control how you choose to engage with those emotions. For instance, if you feel anger rising within you, the Stoic practice of focusing on what you can control would encourage you to pause, acknowledge the emotion without judgment, and then decide how you want to respond. Do you want to lash out, or do you want to take a deep breath and address the situation calmly? This ability to choose your response is one of the most powerful aspects of Stoic wisdom. By focusing on what you can control, you also cultivate a greater sense of inner peace. Much of the stress and anxiety we experience comes from worrying about things that are beyond our control. When you let go of these worries and focus instead on what you can influence, you free yourself from a significant source of mental and emotional strain. This doesn't mean you stop caring about the world or about others. Rather, it means you care in a way that is constructive and empowering rather than draining and futile. This practice of focusing on what you can control is also deeply connected to the Stoic concept of virtue. In Stoicism, virtue is the highest good, and it is defined by our ability to live in accordance with reason, wisdom, and moral principles. By focusing on what you can control, you are better able to align your actions with your values and principles rather than being swayed by external circumstances. For example, if honesty is a virtue you value, then regardless of whether others are honest with you, you focus on maintaining your own integrity. If kindness is important to you, then even if others are unkind, you choose to respond with compassion. This alignment with virtue not only brings clarity and peace to your life, but also strengthens your character. Another important aspect of this practice is its impact on decision-making. When you focus on what you can control, you are able to make decisions more effectively and with greater confidence. You're not paralyzed by the fear of uncertainty or the need to control every outcome. Instead, you focus on making the best decision you can with the information and resources available to you. This clarity allows you to move forward with a sense of purpose and direction rather than getting stuck in indecision or regret. The practice of focusing on what you can control also enhances your relationships with others. When you stop trying to control or change the people around you, you free yourself and them from unnecessary conflict and tension. Instead of imposing your expectations on others, you focus on how you can contribute positively to the relationship, how you can communicate your needs and boundaries, and how you can respond with understanding and empathy. This shift in focus fosters mutual respect and cooperation, leading to healthier and more fulfilling relationships. In addition to its practical benefits, this Stoic habit also has a profound spiritual dimension. By focusing on what you can control, you cultivate a sense of humility and acceptance. You recognize that you are not the master of the universe and that many things in life are beyond your control. This recognition doesn't lead to passivity or resignation. Rather, it leads to a deeper appreciation for the things you can influence and a greater sense of gratitude for the present moment. You learn to trust in the natural flow of life, knowing that while you can't control everything, you can control how you engage with the world. One way to deepen your practice of focusing on what you can control is by regularly reminding yourself of the Stoic dichotomy of control. This principle, central to Stoic philosophy, divides all things into two categories: those that are within our control and those that are not. The things within our control include our thoughts, actions, and attitudes. The things outside our control include everything else, such as the actions of others, external events, and the outcomes of our efforts. By keeping this dichotomy in mind, you can more easily discern where to direct your energy and attention. A practical exercise to reinforce this habit is to create a daily or weekly checklist where you consciously separate the things that are within your control from those that are not. For example, if you're facing a challenging situation at work, you might list the aspects of the situation that you can control, such as your work ethic, your communication, and your attitude, and those that you cannot, such as your boss's decisions, the company's policies, or the economy. This exercise helps you clarify where to focus your efforts and reminds you to let go of the things that are beyond your control. Another way to cultivate this habit is through mindfulness meditation. During mindfulness practice, you learn to observe your thoughts and feelings without getting caught up in them. This skill is invaluable when it comes to focusing on what you can control. By becoming more aware of your mental and emotional patterns, you can more easily distinguish between the thoughts and actions that are within your control and those that are not. This mindfulness allows you to respond to situations with greater clarity and intention rather than reacting impulsively or getting lost in worry. It's also helpful to surround yourself with reminders of this Stoic principle. You might keep a quote from Epictetus or Marcus Aurelius in a place where you'll see it every day, such as your desk or your mirror. These reminders serve as touchstones, helping you stay grounded in the practice of focusing on what you can control, especially in moments of stress or uncertainty. The Stoic habit of focusing on what you can control is a powerful tool for living a life of clarity, peace, and purpose. By shifting your focus away from external circumstances and toward your own thoughts, actions, and attitudes, you reclaim your power and bring greater wisdom to your decisions. This practice not only helps you navigate life's challenges with resilience and grace, but also fosters a deeper sense of inner peace and fulfillment. As you continue to cultivate this habit, you'll find that you are better equipped to handle whatever life throws your way, with the confidence and clarity that comes from knowing you are in control of the most important thing of all, yourself. As we delve deeper into the Stoic path, it becomes evident that resilience is not merely about surviving challenges, but thriving through them. What if, instead of avoiding discomfort, you embraced it willingly, recognizing it as a powerful tool for growth? Imagine the strength you could cultivate by intentionally stepping into difficult situations, not out of necessity, but out of a desire to forge a stronger, more resilient self. This practice, though daunting, is a cornerstone of Stoic wisdom, embracing voluntary discomfort to build unshakable resilience. Continuing from the idea of focusing on what you can control, the practice of embracing voluntary discomfort takes this concept further by challenging you to seek out the very situations that test your limits. It's about turning discomfort into an opportunity for growth, rather than something to shy away from. By choosing to face discomfort head-on, you train your mind and body to endure hardships with greater ease, thereby expanding your capacity for resilience. Voluntary discomfort is a practice deeply embedded in Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believed that to be truly prepared for life's inevitable hardships, one must regularly step outside the boundaries of comfort. This wasn't about masochism or unnecessary suffering. Rather, it was about developing a mindset that could remain steady and composed, regardless of external circumstances. The Stoic philosopher Seneca, for instance, would periodically live without luxuries, practicing frugality and simplicity, to remind himself that true happiness doesn't depend on external comforts, but on inner strength. Consider how this principle applies in daily life. Perhaps you start by challenging yourself with physical discomfort, waking up earlier than usual, engaging in strenuous exercise, or fasting. These acts, though seemingly small, build mental toughness. Each time you willingly step into discomfort, you reinforce the belief that you can handle more than you initially thought. This gradual exposure strengthens your resilience, making it easier to face larger, unforeseen challenges when they arise. But the scope of voluntary discomfort extends beyond physical challenges. Emotional and psychological discomforts are equally important arenas for growth. Imagine confronting a fear you've long avoided, perhaps speaking in public, having a difficult conversation, or stepping into an unfamiliar social situation. These experiences, while uncomfortable, are profound opportunities to expand your resilience. By repeatedly engaging with what makes you uneasy, you diminish the power these fears hold over you. You learn to navigate them with a calm, steady hand, realizing that discomfort is often temporary and far less daunting than it appears. Through the consistent practice of voluntary discomfort, your comfort zone begins to expand. What once seemed intimidating gradually becomes manageable and even familiar. This process not only increases your resilience, but also opens new avenues for personal and professional growth. You find yourself more willing to take risks, pursue new opportunities, and challenge yourself in ways that were previously unimaginable. This willingness to embrace the unknown is a key component of a resilient mindset. It's what allows you to adapt and thrive in a constantly changing world. Moreover, embracing voluntary discomfort fosters a deep sense of gratitude. When you intentionally expose yourself to discomfort, you gain a heightened appreciation for the comforts of everyday life. For instance, after spending a night camping in harsh conditions, the warmth and softness of your own bed take on new significance. This perspective shift enhances your overall well-being as you begin to see the blessings in the things you once took for granted. Gratitude, in turn, fuels resilience, providing you with a positive outlook that helps you weather life's storms. This practice also instills a sense of humility. Voluntarily choosing discomfort reminds you of your own limitations and vulnerabilities, which can be humbling. However, this humility is not about feeling small or inadequate. It's about recognizing your human capacity to endure and overcome. Each time you willingly face discomfort, you build confidence in your ability to navigate life's challenges. You become more grounded, more self-assured, knowing that you have the strength to withstand adversity. One of the most significant benefits of embracing voluntary discomfort is that it prepares you for the unexpected. Life is unpredictable, and despite your best efforts, you will inevitably encounter situations that are beyond your control. By regularly stepping into discomfort, you build a psychological buffer that allows you to handle these situations with greater composure. You're less likely to be thrown off course by unexpected challenges because you've trained yourself to remain calm and resilient, even in the face of uncertainty. Imagine, for example, that you've practiced fasting as a form of voluntary discomfort. If you were ever in a situation where food was scarce, you would be better equipped to handle it without panic or distress. You've already proven to yourself that you can endure hunger and discomfort, so when real hardship strikes, you approach it with confidence rather than fear. This preparedness extends to all areas of life, making you more adaptable and resilient in the face of any challenge. Embracing voluntary discomfort also enhances your willpower. Each time you choose to endure discomfort, you strengthen your ability to resist temptations and distractions. This is similar to exercising a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Over time, you find that your willpower extends to other areas of your life as well. You're better able to stick to your goals, make disciplined decisions, and prioritize long-term benefits over short-term comfort. This increased willpower is a key component of resilience, as it enables you to stay focused and committed even when the going gets tough. Another aspect of this practice is its ability to cultivate mental toughness. Mental toughness is the capacity to remain focused and determined in the face of adversity, and it's a critical skill for navigating life's challenges. By regularly exposing yourself to discomfort, you build mental toughness in a controlled environment. This toughness then translates into greater resilience in real-world situations. You become less easily shaken by setbacks and more determined to push through obstacles, knowing that discomfort is temporary and that you have the strength to endure it. In addition to building mental toughness, voluntary discomfort fosters a deep sense of inner peace. When you willingly choose discomfort, you take control of your experience rather than being at the mercy of external circumstances. This sense of control brings with it a profound sense of peace and calm. You're no longer afraid of discomfort because you've proven to yourself that you can handle it. This inner peace allows you to move through life with greater confidence and serenity, knowing that you can face whatever challenges come your way. Voluntary discomfort also deepens your sense of purpose. When you willingly endure discomfort for the sake of personal growth, you align your actions with your higher goals and values. This alignment brings a sense of meaning and fulfillment to your life, as you're no longer driven solely by the pursuit of comfort or pleasure. Instead, You're motivated by a desire to become the best version of yourself, to live a life of integrity, and to contribute to the greater good. This sense of purpose is a powerful source of resilience, as it gives you the strength to persevere through difficult times. This sense of purpose also extends to your relationships. When you embrace discomfort, you become more empathetic and compassionate toward others. You're more willing to step outside your comfort zone to help someone in need, to support a friend through a difficult time, or to stand up for what you believe in, even when it's uncomfortable. This willingness to endure discomfort for the sake of others strengthens your connections and deepens your relationships, bringing more meaning and fulfillment to your life. As you continue to practice embracing voluntary discomfort, you may also find that it enhances your creativity and problem-solving abilities. When you're comfortable, your mind tends to settle into familiar patterns and routines. But when you're uncomfortable, your mind is forced to think outside the box, to find new solutions and approaches. This discomfort stimulates your creativity and encourages you to see challenges from different perspectives. Over time, this creative problem-solving becomes second nature, helping you navigate life's challenges with greater ease and innovation. Incorporating voluntary discomfort into your daily life doesn't have to be extreme or overwhelming. It can start with small, manageable challenges that gradually build your resilience and strength. For example, you might choose to take a cold shower each morning, to walk or bike to work instead of driving, or to spend a day fasting from food or technology. These small acts of discomfort may seem insignificant, but they add up over time, creating a powerful foundation of resilience and mental toughness. Another way to embrace voluntary discomfort is by setting goals that push you beyond your current limits. Whether it's a physical challenge like running a marathon, a mental challenge like learning a new skill, or an emotional challenge like facing a fear, these goals force you to step outside your comfort zone and grow. Each time you achieve a goal that once seemed daunting, you build confidence and resilience, proving to yourself that you are capable of more than you ever imagined. It's also important to recognize that the discomfort you choose to embrace should be meaningful and aligned with your values. This isn't about seeking out discomfort for the sake of discomfort. It's about choosing challenges that contribute to your personal growth and well-being. When the discomfort you face is connected to your higher purpose, it becomes a source of strength and motivation rather than a burden. As you practice embracing voluntary discomfort, you'll likely notice a shift in how you perceive challenges and setbacks. Instead of seeing them as obstacles to be avoided, you'll begin to see them as opportunities for growth and learning. This shift in mindset is incredibly empowering, as it allows you to approach life's difficulties with a sense of curiosity and determination, rather than fear or resistance. Over time, you may also find that your tolerance for discomfort increases. What once seemed unbearable becomes manageable, and what once seemed challenging becomes routine. This expanded tolerance not only builds your resilience, but also opens up new possibilities and opportunities in your life. You're no longer limited by what's comfortable or familiar. Instead, you're willing to explore new paths, take on new challenges, and embrace the unknown. In conclusion, the practice of embracing voluntary discomfort is a powerful tool for building resilience, mental toughness, and inner strength. By willingly stepping into discomfort, you prepare yourself to face life's challenges with greater confidence and composure. This practice not only enhances your ability to endure adversity, but also fosters a deeper sense of purpose, gratitude, and fulfillment. As you continue to embrace discomfort in meaningful and intentional ways, you'll discover that you are capable of far more than you ever imagined, and that true growth and strength lie just beyond the boundaries of your comfort zone. And as you move forward on this journey, You may notice that the challenges you once feared no longer hold the same power over you. Instead, you approach them with a calm, collected mindset, knowing that each step outside your comfort zone is a step toward a more resilient, empowered self. This resilience, built through the embrace of discomfort, becomes the foundation upon which you can cultivate even deeper Stoic habits, such as gratitude, which transforms how you experience every moment of life. By learning to appreciate both the comfort and discomfort in your life, you unlock a new level of inner peace and contentment. As you've journeyed through the practice of embracing voluntary discomfort, you've likely found that challenges, once daunting, have become pathways to growth and resilience. But there's another layer to this transformation, one that deepens your experience of life and enriches your emotional landscape. Imagine if, beyond just enduring challenges, you could find joy and contentment in every moment, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. What if the key to a richer, more fulfilling life lies in something as simple yet profound as cultivating gratitude? This powerful Stoic habit of appreciating the present moment can transform how you view your daily experiences, bringing a sense of peace and fulfillment that endures through all of life's ups and downs. Transitioning from the strength built through voluntary discomfort, the practice of gratitude brings a new dimension to resilience. Where discomfort teaches you endurance and mental fortitude, gratitude invites you to shift your focus to the abundance that already exists in your life. It's not about ignoring the challenges or pretending they don't exist. Rather, it's about balancing your perspective, recognizing that even in the midst of struggle, there are always things to be thankful for. This shift in focus can be incredibly powerful, changing not just how you perceive your circumstances, but also how you engage with the world around you. Gratitude in Stoic philosophy is not merely about saying thank you when things go your way. It's about cultivating a deep, ongoing awareness of the good that is present in every situation, even in adversity. The Stoics believed that by focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you develop a mindset that is resilient, peaceful, and content. This doesn't mean denying the difficulties you face, but rather acknowledging them while also recognizing the positives that coexist with those challenges. Imagine starting each day with a simple practice of reflecting on the things you are grateful for. It could be something as basic as the warmth of your bed, the breath in your lungs, or the support of loved ones. By beginning your day with gratitude, you set a tone of appreciation that can carry you through whatever the day brings. This practice helps you to center your mind on the present moment, reducing anxiety about the future or regret about the past. You become more grounded, more connected to the here and now, and more aware of the richness that life offers, even in its simplest forms. One of the profound effects of cultivating gratitude is that it transforms your perspective on adversity. When you are focused on what you're grateful for, even the challenges you face can be seen in a new light. Perhaps a difficult situation at work teaches you patience or helps you develop new skills. Maybe a disagreement with a friend brings to light something important about your relationship, giving you a chance to grow closer. Gratitude allows you to see the hidden benefits in life's difficulties, turning potential sources of stress into opportunities for growth. Gratitude also strengthens your relationships with others. When you regularly express appreciation for the people in your life, you reinforce the bonds that connect you. Whether it's a simple thank you to a colleague, a heartfelt note to a friend, or a moment of recognition for a loved one, these acts of gratitude build trust, warmth, and mutual respect. Over time, these small expressions of thanks create a network of support that enriches your life and provides a strong foundation during challenging times. The people you show gratitude toward are more likely to feel valued and appreciated, which deepens the connection between you. Moreover, gratitude can be a powerful antidote to negative emotions like envy, resentment, and bitterness. When you focus on what you have, rather than what you lack or what others possess, you cultivate a sense of contentment. Envy, which arises from comparing yourself to others, loses its power when you are deeply appreciative of your own life and the unique gifts it holds. Similarly, resentment and bitterness, which often stem from focusing on perceived injustices or slights, can be transformed through gratitude into understanding and forgiveness. By acknowledging the good in your life, you shift your emotional state from one of lack and discontent to one of abundance and peace. Gratitude also has a profound impact on your mental and physical health. Studies have shown that people who regularly practice gratitude experience lower levels of stress, anxiety, and depression. This is because gratitude helps to rewire the brain, shifting focus away from negative thoughts and toward positive experiences. The practice of gratitude encourages a more optimistic outlook, which in turn promotes better health, stronger immune function, and increased longevity. When you make gratitude a habit, you are not just improving your mental state, you are also enhancing your overall well-being. Another significant aspect of gratitude is that it helps you to appreciate the impermanence of life. The Stoics often reflected on the transient nature of all things, understanding that everything in life, whether it be material possessions, relationships, or even life itself, is temporary. Gratitude, when combined with this awareness, deepens your appreciation for the present moment. You begin to cherish each experience, knowing that it will not last forever. This awareness can lead to a more fulfilling life as you make the most of every opportunity, savor every experience, and hold your loved ones a little closer. As you cultivate gratitude, you may also find that it brings a sense of humility. Recognizing the good in your life often means acknowledging that much of it comes from outside yourself, whether it's the support of others, the opportunities you've been given, or the simple pleasures of nature. This realization can foster a sense of humility as you see yourself as part of a larger whole, interconnected with others and the world around you. Humility, in turn, deepens your gratitude, creating a positive feedback loop that enriches your life. In addition to fostering humility, gratitude also cultivates a sense of generosity. When you are aware of the abundance in your own life, you are more likely to share that abundance with others. This might take the form of giving your time, resources, or simply a kind word. Generosity, like gratitude, is a practice that benefits both the giver and the receiver. It strengthens your sense of connection to others and reinforces the idea that you have something valuable to offer. This sense of generosity not only improves your relationships, but also enhances your sense of purpose and fulfillment. Gratitude also helps you to stay grounded in the present moment. Often, we get caught up in worries about the future or regrets about the past, which can lead to anxiety and stress. By focusing on what you are grateful for right now, you bring your attention back to the present, where life is actually happening. This shift in focus can reduce anxiety and increase your sense of peace and contentment. When you are fully present, you are better able to appreciate the beauty and richness of life as it unfolds, moment by moment. One of the most powerful ways to cultivate gratitude is through a daily practice of reflection. At the end of each day, take a few moments to think about what you are grateful for. It could be something significant, like a major accomplishment, or a deep connection with someone, or something small, like a delicious meal or a moment of quiet. By making this practice a regular part of your routine, you train your mind to focus on the positive aspects of your life, which can help to shift your overall mindset toward one of appreciation and contentment. Another effective method for cultivating gratitude is to express it verbally. Make it a habit to thank the people in your life for the things they do, no matter how small. This not only reinforces your own sense of gratitude, but also strengthens your relationships and creates a positive atmosphere around you. Whether it's a simple thank you to a cashier, a note of appreciation to a friend, or a heartfelt expression of thanks to a loved one, these acts of gratitude have a ripple effect, spreading positivity and goodwill. Gratitude can also be cultivated through mindfulness practices. Mindfulness involves paying attention to the present moment without judgment, and when combined with gratitude, it can enhance your awareness of the good things in your life. For example, during a meal, take a moment to savor each bite, appreciating the flavors, textures, and the effort that went into preparing it. As you walk outside, notice the beauty of nature, the colors of the leaves, the sound of the wind, the warmth of the sun. By bringing mindfulness to everyday activities, you deepen your sense of gratitude and enhance your experience of the present moment. As you continue to cultivate gratitude, you may find that it influences other areas of your life as well. You become more patient, more compassionate, and more forgiving, both toward yourself and others. Gratitude helps you to see the bigger picture, to understand that life is a complex tapestry of experiences, both good and bad, and that each thread contributes to the whole. This perspective allows you to approach challenges with a sense of grace and acceptance, knowing that even the difficult moments have something valuable to offer. Gratitude also fosters a sense of resilience. When you are grateful, you are better able to cope with life's challenges because you have a foundation of positivity to draw from. Even when things go wrong, you can find something to appreciate, which helps you to stay grounded and maintain a sense of balance. This resilience is not about denying the difficulties you face, but about recognizing that there is always something to be grateful for, no matter how small. This mindset helps you to keep moving forward, even in the face of adversity. Incorporating gratitude into your life doesn't require grand gestures or significant changes. It's about making small, consistent efforts to focus on the positive aspects of your life. Over time, these small efforts add up, creating a powerful habit that can transform your perspective and enhance your overall well-being. Whether it's through daily reflection, verbal expressions of thanks, or mindfulness practices, cultivating gratitude is a simple yet profound way to enrich your life and build a foundation of contentment and peace. As you continue on your Stoic journey, remember that gratitude is not just a practice, it's a way of being. It's about seeing the world through a lens of appreciation, recognizing the good in every situation, and understanding that even in the midst of challenges, there is always something to be grateful for. By cultivating gratitude, you not only enrich your own life, but also bring positivity and light to those around you. This practice, when combined with the resilience you've built through embracing discomfort, creates a powerful foundation for a life of wisdom, strength, and fulfillment. And as you move forward, carrying with you the lessons of resilience and gratitude, you'll find that these practices naturally lead to an even deeper exploration of Stoic wisdom. Living by virtue, the next step on this journey, offers a way to simplify decision-making and align your actions with your highest values. When you approach life with both resilience and gratitude, you are well prepared to live a life guided by virtue, where every choice you make is rooted in integrity and wisdom. As you immerse yourself in the practice of cultivating gratitude, you begin to see life with a clearer, more appreciative lens. Every moment, even the challenging ones, reveals something to be thankful for. But as you deepen this journey, another powerful aspect of Stoic wisdom begins to emerge, one that ties together your growing sense of resilience and gratitude. Imagine navigating life with unwavering clarity, where each decision you make is guided by a deep commitment to your values. What if the key to a more fulfilling and less complicated life lies in the simple yet profound practice of living by virtue? This Stoic principle doesn't just offer guidance, it provides a clear pathway through the complexities of life, helping you make decisions that are not only easier, but also more aligned with your true self. Continuing from the foundation of gratitude, living by virtue is the natural next step in cultivating a life of purpose and integrity. While gratitude allows you to see the good in every situation, virtue empowers you to act in alignment with your highest values, no matter what challenges you face. This practice of ethical conduct is not about rigid rules or moral perfectionism. Rather, it's about consistently striving to do what is right, even when it's difficult. When your decisions are grounded in virtue, you simplify your life by eliminating the internal conflict and second-guessing that often accompany difficult choices. The concept of virtue in Stoicism is rooted in the belief that living in accordance with nature and reason leads to a good life. Virtue is not just a set of abstract ideals, but a practical guide for everyday living. It encompasses qualities such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, which, when practiced regularly, lead to a life of integrity and fulfillment. These virtues serve as a compass, helping you navigate the often complex and confusing landscape of life with a sense of direction and clarity. Imagine facing a challenging decision at work. Perhaps you are tempted to take a shortcut that would benefit you in the short term, but goes against your principles of honesty and fairness. If you are living by virtue, the choice becomes clear. You know that acting with integrity, even if it means sacrificing immediate gains, is ultimately the right path. This clarity simplifies the decision-making process because you are guided not by external pressures or fleeting desires, but by a deep commitment to your values. The internal peace that comes from knowing you have acted in alignment with your principles is far more rewarding than any temporary advantage gained through compromising your ethics. Living by virtue also enhances your relationships. When your actions are guided by qualities like kindness, fairness, and respect, you naturally cultivate stronger, more meaningful connections with others. People are drawn to those who consistently act with integrity, and these positive relationships in turn create a supportive and trustworthy network around you. This sense of trust and mutual respect simplifies your interactions with others because you can approach each relationship with honesty and transparency, free from the complications that arise from deceit or manipulation. Furthermore, living by virtue helps you to maintain a sense of inner peace and stability. When your actions are consistent with your values, you eliminate the internal conflict that comes from acting against your principles. This harmony between your actions and your beliefs creates a solid foundation of self-respect and confidence. You no longer have to wrestle with guilt or regret because you know that you have made decisions that reflect your true self. This inner alignment simplifies your life by freeing you from the mental and emotional turmoil that often accompanies decisions made out of fear, greed, or desire for approval. This practice also has a profound impact on how you handle adversity. When faced with difficult circumstances, the virtues of courage and resilience guide you to respond with strength and dignity rather than despair or anger. Living by virtue doesn't mean you won't encounter challenges, but it does mean that you will face them with a clear and steady mind, knowing that you are guided by principles that transcend the immediate situation. This perspective allows you to approach problems with a sense of purpose and calm, rather than being overwhelmed by them. You understand that by acting virtuously, you are contributing to the greater good, even if the immediate outcome is not what you hoped for. Another significant benefit of living by virtue is the way it influences your long-term goals and aspirations. When your life is guided by virtue, your goals naturally align with your values. This alignment ensures that the pursuit of your goals is not driven by ego, greed, or external validation, but by a genuine desire to live a life of meaning and purpose. This clarity of purpose simplifies your decision-making process because you are not constantly chasing after conflicting desires or shifting priorities. Instead, you are focused on what truly matters, which makes it easier to stay on course and achieve your goals with integrity. Living by virtue also fosters a deep sense of contentment and fulfillment. When your actions are aligned with your values, you experience a sense of satisfaction that is not dependent on external circumstances. This inner fulfillment is a direct result of knowing that you are living authentically and making choices that reflect your true self. Unlike the fleeting pleasure that comes from external achievements or material success, the contentment that arises from living by virtue is enduring and stable. It provides a sense of peace that carries you through the ups and downs of life, making it easier to maintain a positive outlook and a resilient spirit. The practice of virtue also encourages you to take responsibility for your actions and their impact on others. When you are committed to living by virtue, you become more mindful of how your decisions affect the people around you. This awareness leads to greater empathy and compassion as you strive to act in ways that contribute to the well-being of others. By taking responsibility for your actions, you build trust and credibility with those around you, which further simplifies your relationships and interactions. People know they can rely on you to act with integrity, which reduces misunderstandings and conflicts and fosters a sense of harmony in your personal and professional life. Moreover, living by virtue helps you to cultivate resilience in the face of failure or disappointment. When you are guided by virtue, you understand that true success is not measured by external achievements, but by the integrity with which you live your life. This perspective allows you to view setbacks not as personal failures, but as opportunities to learn and grow. You recognize that even when things don't go as planned, you can still act with dignity and grace, and that your character is defined by how you respond to challenges, not by the outcome itself. This mindset strengthens your resilience and helps you to bounce back from adversity with greater determination and purpose. In addition to fostering resilience, living by virtue also promotes a sense of humility. When you are committed to ethical conduct, you are constantly reminded that you are part of a larger whole and that your actions have a ripple effect on the world around you. This awareness encourages you to approach life with humility, recognizing that you are not infallible and that there is always room for growth and improvement. Humility, in turn, deepens your commitment to virtue as you strive to live in a way that contributes to the greater good, rather than seeking to elevate yourself above others. Another important aspect of living by virtue is its ability to simplify your life by reducing the influence of external pressures and distractions. In a world that often values material success, status, and outward appearances, it can be easy to lose sight of what truly matters. However, when you are guided by virtue, you are less likely to be swayed by societal expectations or the opinions of others. Instead, you remain focused on what is genuinely important to you, which reduces the noise and clutter in your life. This clarity of purpose allows you to make decisions with confidence and ease, without being weighed down by the fear of judgment or the need for approval. Living by virtue also enhances your ability to make ethical decisions in complex situations. Life is often full of gray areas where the right course of action is not immediately clear. However, when you are committed to virtue, you have a set of guiding principles that help you navigate these complexities with integrity. By prioritizing values such as honesty, fairness, and compassion, You are able to make decisions that are not only ethically sound, but also aligned with your true self. This ability to make clear and ethical decisions simplifies your life by reducing the stress and uncertainty that often accompany difficult choices. As you continue to practice living by virtue, you may find that it deepens your sense of purpose and meaning. When your actions are guided by your values, you are no longer just going through the motions of life, but are actively engaged in creating a life that reflects your deepest beliefs and aspirations. This sense of purpose gives your life direction and focus, making it easier to navigate the challenges and uncertainties that arise. You are no longer seeking fulfillment in external achievements or material possessions, but in the knowledge that you are living in accordance with your true self. Incorporating virtue into your daily life doesn't require grand gestures or dramatic changes. It's about making small, consistent efforts to align your actions with your values and to approach each decision with integrity and mindfulness. Over time, these small efforts add up, creating a powerful habit that can transform your life and simplify your decision-making process. Whether it's through practicing honesty in your interactions, showing kindness to others, or acting with courage in the face of adversity, living by virtue is a simple yet profound way to enrich your life and build a foundation of integrity and peace. As you continue on your Stoic journey, remember that living by virtue is not just about following a set of rules, but about cultivating a mindset that prioritizes integrity, wisdom, and compassion in every aspect of your life. By committing to this practice, you simplify your life, reduce internal conflict, and create a sense of inner peace that is both enduring and deeply fulfilling. This practice, when combined with the resilience and gratitude you've already cultivated, creates a powerful foundation for a life of meaning, purpose, and joy. And as you move forward, carrying with you the principles of virtue, you'll find that these practices naturally lead to an even deeper exploration of Stoic wisdom. By detaching from outcomes and focusing on the integrity of your actions, you further refine your ability to live in harmony with your values, ultimately guiding you toward a life of true fulfillment and inner peace. This ability to let go of external results and instead focus on the quality of your actions is the next step in mastering the art of living with virtue, and it holds the key to unlocking even greater clarity and contentment in your life. As you continue to cultivate a life guided by virtue, you may have already felt a sense of clarity and purpose beginning to shape your decisions. Acting in alignment with your deepest values brings a profound sense of peace. But there's another layer to this journey that can take your inner tranquility even further. What if you could navigate life's uncertainties without being consumed by anxiety and stress, regardless of the outcomes? Imagine approaching every challenge, every decision, with a calm mind, free from the fear of failure or the need for external validation. This is the power of detaching from outcomes, a Stoic practice that teaches you to focus on what you can control while letting go of the rest. It's a practice that not only reduces anxiety and stress, but also empowers you to live with greater freedom and peace. As we transition from the commitment to living by virtue, detaching from outcomes becomes a natural extension of this practice. When you are guided by your values, you learn that the true measure of your actions lies in the integrity with which you perform them, not in the results they produce. This understanding allows you to release your grip on the outcomes, recognizing that while you can control your efforts and intentions, the final results are often influenced by factors beyond your control. This detachment doesn't mean you stop caring or striving for excellence. Rather, it means that you learn to accept whatever outcomes arise, knowing that you have done your best. This mindset shift is key to reducing the anxiety and stress that often accompany the pursuit of goals and aspirations. Consider how this principle can transform your approach to work. In a typical work environment, the pressure to meet targets, impress superiors, or achieve certain outcomes can create significant stress. When you are overly attached to these outcomes, you may find yourself constantly anxious, fearing failure or disappointment. However, by adopting a Stoic mindset and detaching from the results, you redirect your focus to the quality of your work and the effort you put in. You begin to measure success not by whether you hit the target, but by whether you acted with integrity, diligence, and dedication. This shift in perspective reduces the pressure and anxiety, allowing you to work more freely and with greater enjoyment. This detachment also applies to personal relationships. Often, we place expectations on others, expectations of how they should behave, how they should respond to us, or how our relationships should unfold. These expectations can lead to disappointment and frustration when they are not met, creating tension and stress. By detaching from these outcomes, you free yourself from the emotional burden of trying to control others. Instead, you focus on being the best version of yourself in the relationship, acting with kindness, honesty, and respect. You let go of the need to control the other person's actions or reactions, which creates a more harmonious and stress-free dynamic. Detaching from outcomes also encourages a greater acceptance of life's inherent uncertainties. The future is unpredictable, and no matter how carefully we plan, there are always elements beyond our control. This uncertainty can be a significant source of anxiety, especially when we are deeply invested in a specific outcome. However, when you practice detachment, you learn to embrace uncertainty as a natural part of life. You focus on what you can control, your actions, your decisions, your mindset, and release your attachment to how things will turn out. This acceptance of uncertainty reduces the fear and anxiety that often accompany the unknown, allowing you to move forward with confidence and peace. Imagine a situation where you are awaiting the results of a job interview. It's natural to feel anxious about the outcome, especially if it's a job you really want. But instead of fixating on whether you will get the job, detachment allows you to focus on what is within your control: how you prepared for the interview, how you presented yourself, and the integrity with which you approached the opportunity. By detaching from the outcome, you reduce the anxiety of waiting and trust that whatever happens, you have done your best. This mindset not only eases your stress, but also empowers you to handle the outcome, whether it's positive or negative, with grace and resilience. Detachment also plays a crucial role in personal growth and self-improvement. When you set goals for yourself, it's easy to become overly focused on the results, whether it's losing weight, achieving a certain level of success, or mastering a new skill. This focus on the outcome can sometimes lead to frustration or discouragement if progress is slow or if the goal feels out of reach. By detaching from the outcome, you shift your focus to the process itself, the daily habits, the small steps, the effort you put in. You begin to appreciate the journey, recognizing that growth happens incrementally and that every effort you make is valuable, regardless of how long it takes to reach the final goal. This approach not only reduces the pressure you place on yourself, but also makes the process more enjoyable and sustainable. Moreover, detachment helps you to build resilience in the face of failure or setbacks. When you are attached to a specific outcome, any deviation from that outcome can feel like a personal failure. This can lead to feelings of disappointment, self-doubt, or even despair. However, when you practice detachment, you learn to view failure as a natural part of the learning process. You understand that the outcome is not a reflection of your worth or abilities, but simply a result influenced by various factors. This perspective allows you to bounce back from setbacks with a positive attitude, seeing each challenge as an opportunity to learn and grow, rather than as a defeat. Detaching from outcomes also enhances your ability to live in the present moment. Often, our minds are preoccupied with future outcomes. What will happen if we succeed or fail? How others will perceive us? What the consequences will be? This constant focus on the future can create significant stress and anxiety, pulling us away from the present moment. By practicing detachment, you free yourself from this future-oriented thinking and bring your attention back to the here and now. You focus on the task at hand, on the effort you are putting in right now, without worrying about what will happen next. This presence of mind not only reduces stress, but also enhances your performance, as you are fully engaged in the moment, rather than being distracted by future concerns. This practice of detachment also fosters a sense of humility. When you let go of the need to control outcomes, you acknowledge that you are not the master of the universe, that there are forces at play beyond your influence. This recognition fosters a sense of humility, as you understand that you are part of a larger whole and that your role is to do your best without being attached to how things will turn out. This humility is not about diminishing your efforts or aspirations, but about accepting that there is a limit to what you can control. This acceptance reduces the pressure you place on yourself, allowing you to approach life with a sense of calm and balance. Detachment also encourages a more compassionate and understanding approach to life. When you are not attached to specific outcomes, you become more open to different perspectives and possibilities. You are less likely to judge yourself or others harshly based on the results, and more likely to approach situations with empathy and flexibility. This openness creates a more harmonious environment, both within yourself and in your interactions with others. You learn to appreciate the effort and intention behind actions, rather than just the results, which fosters a deeper connection with yourself and those around you. Another important aspect of detachment is that it helps you to maintain a sense of inner peace and stability, even in the face of external chaos. Life is full of unexpected events. Things don't always go according to plan, and outcomes are often unpredictable. When you are attached to specific outcomes, these unexpected events can throw you off balance, leading to stress, anxiety, or frustration. However, when you practice detachment, you cultivate an inner stability that is not dependent on external circumstances. You learn to remain calm and centered, regardless of what is happening around you. This inner peace allows you to navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and resilience, knowing that your well-being is not tied to any particular outcome. As you continue to practice detachment, you may find that it brings a greater sense of freedom into your life. When you are not tied to specific outcomes, you are free to explore different possibilities, take risks, and pursue your passions without fear of failure or disappointment. This freedom allows you to live more authentically, to follow your own path, and to create a life that is true to your values and desires. Detachment liberates you from the constraints of external expectations and societal pressures, giving you the space to discover what truly matters to you. Incorporating detachment into your daily life doesn't require drastic changes or a complete overhaul of your mindset. It's about making small, consistent efforts to shift your focus from the outcomes to the process, from the external to the internal. Over time, these small shifts add up, creating a powerful habit that can transform your life and reduce the anxiety and stress that often accompany the pursuit of goals and aspirations. Whether it's through mindful reflection, practicing presence, or embracing uncertainty, detachment is a simple yet profound way to cultivate inner peace and resilience. As you continue on your Stoic journey, remember that detachment is not about giving up on your goals or aspirations, but about approaching them with a mindset of acceptance and flexibility. By letting go of your attachment to outcomes, you free yourself from the stress and anxiety that often come with the pursuit of success, and instead, you create space for greater creativity, joy, and fulfillment. This practice, when combined with the virtues you've cultivated, creates a powerful foundation for a life of meaning, purpose, and inner peace. And as you move forward, carrying with you the lessons of detachment, you'll find that these practices naturally lead to an even deeper exploration of Stoic wisdom. Embracing the impermanence of life, the next step on this journey, offers a way to accept change and loss with grace, further refining your ability to live in harmony with the present moment. This understanding of impermanence, when combined with detachment, holds the key to unlocking a life of true serenity and contentment, where you can navigate life's challenges with wisdom and peace. As you've embraced the practice of detaching from outcomes, a sense of freedom begins to emerge. Freedom from the anxiety that often accompanies uncertainty and from the stress of needing to control every detail of your life. But there's another layer to this journey that goes even deeper. What if you could not only detach from specific outcomes, but also fully embrace the transient nature of everything around you? Imagine the peace that could come from accepting that all things, both good and bad, are temporary, that life itself is a continuous flow of change. This understanding, central to Stoic philosophy, teaches us that by embracing impermanence, we can navigate life's inevitable changes with grace and wisdom. It's not about resigning yourself to fate, but about finding strength and serenity in the constant evolution of life. Transitioning from the practice of detachment, embracing impermanence naturally deepens your ability to live with calm and resilience. When you understand that nothing in life is permanent, you begin to see change not as something to fear, but as a fundamental part of existence. This realization can be both liberating and empowering. It encourages you to let go of your attachment to the past, to accept the present as it is, and to face the future with an open heart and mind. Instead of resisting change, you learn to flow with it, knowing that every ending is also a new beginning. Consider how this perspective can transform your experience of loss. Loss is an inevitable part of life, whether it's the loss of a loved one, the end of a relationship, or the closing of a chapter in your life. When you are attached to the idea of permanence, loss can be devastating, leaving you feeling empty and adrift. However, when you embrace impermanence, you come to understand that loss is a natural part of life's cycle. You learn to cherish the time you had, to honor the memories, and to let go with grace. This doesn't mean that you don't feel pain or sadness, but rather that you accept these emotions as part of the process, allowing them to flow through you without overwhelming you. This understanding of impermanence also encourages you to live more fully in the present moment. When you recognize that everything is temporary, you begin to appreciate the beauty and richness of each experience, knowing that it will not last forever. This awareness helps you to savor the good times, to be fully present with the people you love, and to find joy in the simple pleasures of life. Instead of worrying about the future or dwelling on the past, you focus on what is happening right now, making the most of every moment. Moreover, embracing impermanence helps you to navigate the changes and transitions that life inevitably brings. Whether it's a career change, a move to a new city, or the aging process, change can be unsettling, especially when you are attached to the way things were. However, when you accept impermanence as a natural part of life, you become more adaptable and resilient. You understand that change is not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. This mindset allows you to approach transitions with a sense of curiosity and openness, rather than resistance or fear. For instance, Think about the process of aging. In a society that often values youth and beauty, aging can be a source of anxiety and discomfort. But when you embrace the impermanence of life, you begin to see aging not as a loss, but as a natural and beautiful part of the human experience. You come to appreciate the wisdom and perspective that come with age, and you learn to let go of the need to cling to youth. This acceptance brings a sense of peace and dignity, allowing you to age gracefully and with gratitude for the life you have lived. Embracing impermanence also fosters a deeper sense of gratitude. When you understand that everything is temporary, you begin to appreciate the people and experiences in your life even more. You realize that nothing is guaranteed and that each moment is a gift. This awareness encourages you to express your gratitude more freely, to tell the people in your life how much they mean to you, and to make the most of the time you have together. Gratitude, in turn, enhances your overall sense of well-being and contentment, helping you to live a more fulfilled and meaningful life. Another important aspect of embracing impermanence is that it helps you to let go of the need for control. Often, we resist change because we are trying to maintain control over our lives. We want things to stay the same because the familiar feels safe and predictable. However, when you accept that change is inevitable, you learn to let go of this need for control. You understand that life is in a constant state of flux, and that trying to control it is like trying to hold on to water. It's futile and only leads to frustration. Instead, you learn to trust the flow of life, to adapt to changing circumstances, and to find peace in the uncertainty. This ability to let go of control also reduces stress and anxiety. When you are not constantly trying to manage every detail of your life, you free up mental and emotional energy to focus on what truly matters. You become more relaxed and at ease, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. This sense of calm allows you to approach challenges with a clear mind and an open heart, making it easier to find solutions and navigate difficult situations. Embracing impermanence also encourages you to live with intention and purpose. When you understand that your time on Earth is limited, you become more mindful of how you spend it. You are less likely to waste time on trivial matters or to put off your dreams and goals for another day. Instead, you focus on what is truly important to you, and you make a conscious effort to live in alignment with your values and aspirations. This intentional approach to life not only brings greater fulfillment, but also helps you to create a lasting legacy, one that reflects the person you truly are. Furthermore, the acceptance of impermanence can deepen your spiritual practice. Many spiritual traditions teach that the material world is transient, and that true peace and fulfillment come from recognizing and embracing this impermanence. By understanding that everything in the physical world is temporary, you are encouraged to look beyond the material and to connect with something greater than yourself, whether that's through meditation, prayer, or a sense of connection to the natural world. This spiritual perspective can bring a profound sense of peace and contentment, as you realize that your true essence is not tied to the fleeting experiences of the material world. In addition to fostering spiritual growth, embracing impermanence also enhances your ability to forgive and let go of past grievances. Often, we hold on to anger, resentment, or regret because we are attached to the idea of how things should have been. This attachment can keep us stuck in the past, unable to move forward. However, when you accept that everything is temporary, you begin to see that holding on to these negative emotions only prolongs your suffering. You learn to let go of the past, to forgive yourself and others, and to focus on the present moment. This release of old grievances brings a sense of freedom and lightness, allowing you to move forward with a clear heart and mind. Embracing impermanence also encourages a greater appreciation for the natural world. Nature is a constant reminder of the cycles of life, birth, growth, decay, and renewal. When you observe the changing seasons, the blooming and withering of flowers, or the rise and fall of the tides, you are reminded that all things are in a constant state of change. This awareness can deepen your connection to the natural world and foster a sense of reverence for the beauty and fragility of life. It encourages you to live in harmony with nature, to protect and preserve the environment, and to appreciate the simple wonders of the world around you. As you continue to practice embracing impermanence, you may find that it brings a greater sense of inner peace and contentment. When you are no longer attached to the idea of permanence, you are free to live fully in the present moment, to appreciate the beauty of each experience, and to accept the ebb and flow of life with grace. This mindset allows you to approach life's challenges with a calm and steady heart, knowing that nothing is permanent and that every difficulty is an opportunity for growth and transformation. Incorporating the practice of embracing impermanence into your daily life doesn't require dramatic changes or a complete shift in perspective. It's about making small, consistent efforts to remind yourself that everything is temporary and to approach each day with an open heart and mind. Whether it's through meditation, mindfulness, or simply taking a moment to appreciate the beauty around you, embracing impermanence is a simple yet profound way to cultivate inner peace and resilience. As you continue on your Stoic journey, remember that embracing impermanence is not about giving up or resigning yourself to fate. It's about finding strength and serenity in the constant evolution of life, and about understanding that change is not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. By accepting impermanence, you free yourself from the need for control, you deepen your connection to the present moment, and you open yourself up to the endless possibilities that life has to offer. And as you move forward, carrying with you the lessons of impermanence, you'll find that these practices naturally lead to an even deeper exploration of Stoic wisdom. Developing patience and endurance, the next step on this journey, offers a way to navigate life's challenges with calm and resilience, further refining your ability to live in harmony with the world around you. This understanding of patience and endurance, when combined with the acceptance of impermanence, holds the key to unlocking a life of true serenity and fulfillment, where you can navigate life's ups and downs with wisdom and grace. As you embrace the concept of impermanence, recognizing that all things are in a state of constant change, a new layer of understanding begins to unfold. Accepting the transient nature of life brings a sense of peace, but it also raises a profound question. How do you navigate the inevitable hardships that come with this ever-changing existence? What if, in the face of adversity, you could cultivate an inner strength that not only helps you endure, but also allows you to grow through challenges? Developing patience and endurance, as taught by the Stoics, is the key to turning life's difficulties into opportunities for profound growth and resilience. These qualities don't just help you survive tough times, they empower you to thrive amidst them. Transitioning from the acceptance of impermanence, the practice of developing patience and endurance becomes essential for navigating the challenges that life inevitably presents. When you understand that change is constant and that adversity is a natural part of life, patience and endurance become your most reliable allies. These qualities allow you to maintain a steady mind and a calm heart, even when the world around you seems chaotic or overwhelming. Patience gives you the ability to wait out difficult times without becoming consumed by frustration or despair, while endurance provides the strength to keep moving forward, no matter how tough the journey becomes. Consider how patience transforms your experience of waiting. In a fast-paced world where instant gratification is often the norm, waiting can feel like a source of frustration and stress. Whether it's waiting for a promotion at work, the resolution of a conflict, or the achievement of a long-term goal, Impatience can lead to anxiety and discontent. However, when you develop patience, you learn to see waiting as an opportunity rather than a burden. You begin to appreciate the value of time, understanding that some things cannot be rushed and that good things often take time to unfold. This shift in perspective reduces the stress associated with waiting and allows you to approach life's delays with a sense of calm and acceptance. Endurance, on the other hand, is the quality that keeps you moving forward, even when the road is long and difficult. Life is full of challenges that test your resolve, whether it's dealing with a personal loss, facing a health crisis, or working toward a seemingly unreachable goal. In these moments, endurance is what carries you through. It's the ability to persevere, to keep putting one foot in front of the other, even when you feel like giving up. Endurance is not just about physical stamina, it's about mental and emotional resilience. It's about staying committed to your path, no matter how many obstacles you encounter, and trusting that your efforts will eventually bear fruit. The Stoics believed that patience and endurance are not just passive qualities, but active practices that require deliberate cultivation. They taught that by regularly exposing yourself to small discomforts and challenges, you build the resilience needed to endure greater hardships. This could be as simple as practicing delayed gratification, pushing yourself to complete a difficult task, or enduring a temporary inconvenience without complaint. These small acts of patience and endurance strengthen your ability to handle larger challenges with grace and composure. Imagine facing a difficult situation at work. Perhaps you are dealing with a challenging project that seems never-ending, or a colleague who is particularly difficult to work with. In such situations, patience allows you to maintain your focus and composure rather than becoming overwhelmed by frustration or anger. You learn to approach the situation with a long-term perspective, understanding that challenges are a natural part of any process and that with time and effort they can be overcome. Endurance, meanwhile, gives you the strength to keep going, even when the task seems daunting or the outcome uncertain. It's the quality that helps you stay committed to your goals, no matter how difficult the journey may become. This combination of patience and endurance also plays a crucial role in managing stress. When you are faced with a stressful situation, it's easy to become consumed by anxiety, especially if you are focused on immediate results or quick fixes. However, when you cultivate patience, you learn to step back and give yourself the time and space needed to navigate the situation calmly. You understand that stress is often a result of trying to rush through difficulties or avoid discomfort, and that by approaching challenges with patience, you can reduce the intensity of your stress response. Endurance, in turn, helps you to maintain your efforts over time, even when stress is high, ensuring that you remain steady and focused until the situation is resolved. Developing patience and endurance also enhances your relationships with others. In any relationship, whether it's with a partner, friend, family member, or colleague, there will be times of conflict, misunderstanding, or disappointment. Patience allows you to navigate these challenges with understanding and compassion, rather than reacting impulsively out of frustration or anger. You learn to listen more deeply, to give others the benefit of the doubt, and to approach conflicts with a mindset of resolution rather than escalation. Endurance, meanwhile, helps you to stay committed to the relationship, even when it's difficult, knowing that the bonds you share are worth the effort it takes to maintain them. Furthermore, patience and endurance are essential qualities for achieving long-term goals and aspirations. Whether you're working toward a career milestone, pursuing a personal dream, or striving for self-improvement, the path to success is rarely smooth or straightforward. There will be setbacks, delays, and obstacles that test your resolve. In these moments, patience allows you to stay focused on the bigger picture, understanding that progress takes time and that each step forward, no matter how small, brings you closer to your goal. Endurance, on the other hand, gives you the strength to keep going, even when the journey is difficult or the destination seems far away. It's the quality that keeps you moving forward, one step at a time, no matter how long it takes to reach your goal. Patience and endurance also play a key role in personal growth and self-improvement. When you are working to change a habit, develop a new skill, or overcome a personal challenge, it's easy to become discouraged if progress is slow or difficult. However, when you approach these efforts with patience, you learn to appreciate the process of growth rather than becoming fixated on the end result. You understand that meaningful change takes time and that setbacks and difficulties are a natural part of the journey. Endurance, meanwhile, helps you to stay committed to your goals, even when progress is slow or when you face obstacles along the way. It's the quality that helps you to keep moving forward, no matter how many times you stumble or fall. This practice of developing patience and endurance is not just about surviving difficult times, it's about thriving in the face of adversity. When you cultivate these qualities, you develop a mindset that is resilient, adaptable, and unshakable. You learn to approach challenges with a sense of calm and determination, knowing that you have the strength to endure whatever comes your way. This mindset not only helps you to navigate life's difficulties with grace, but it also allows you to emerge from these challenges stronger and more resilient than before. Moreover, patience and endurance are qualities that can be applied to every aspect of your life. Whether it's in your career, your relationships, your personal growth, or your health and well-being, these qualities provide a solid foundation for navigating life's challenges. They help you to stay focused on what truly matters, to maintain your efforts in the face of difficulty, and to approach each day with a sense of purpose and determination. By developing patience and endurance, you build the resilience needed to handle whatever life throws your way, and you create a life that is grounded in strength, stability, and inner peace. Incorporating the practice of patience and endurance into your daily life doesn't require major changes or a complete overhaul of your mindset. It's about making small, consistent efforts to approach challenges with a mindset of calm and determination, and to view difficulties as opportunities for growth rather than as obstacles to be avoided. Whether it's through practicing mindfulness, setting small, achievable goals, or simply taking a moment to breathe and reflect before reacting to a difficult situation, developing patience and endurance is a simple yet powerful way to build resilience and inner strength. As you continue on your Stoic journey, remember that patience and endurance are not just qualities to be developed in times of adversity, but practices to be cultivated every day. By making these qualities a regular part of your life, you build the resilience needed to handle life's challenges with grace and strength, and you create a life that is grounded in purpose, stability, and inner peace. This practice, when combined with the acceptance of impermanence and the detachment from outcomes, creates a powerful foundation for a life of meaning, fulfillment, and true resilience. And as you move forward, carrying with you the lessons of patience and endurance, you'll find that these practices naturally lead to an even deeper exploration of Stoic wisdom. Mindful speech and action, the next step on this journey, offers a way to refine your interactions with the world around you, further enhancing your ability to live in harmony with yourself and others. By developing patience and endurance and combining them with mindful communication, you can create a life that is not only resilient, but also deeply connected and fulfilling. As you cultivate patience and endurance, developing the strength to navigate life's challenges with resilience and grace, another layer of Stoic wisdom becomes essential: the power of mindful speech and action. Imagine how much smoother your relationships and interactions could be if you were able to communicate with clarity and intention, avoiding misunderstandings and conflicts before they arise. What if your words and actions could consistently reflect the calm, composed state of mind you've been working so hard to develop? Stoic discipline in speech and action offers exactly that, a way to bring the inner peace you've cultivated into your external world, ensuring that your interactions with others are as harmonious and effective as possible. Continuing from the foundation of patience and endurance, the practice of mindful speech and action is a natural progression. When you've developed the ability to remain calm and resilient in the face of adversity, the next step is to ensure that this inner composure is reflected in your outward behavior. This involves being intentional with your words and actions, speaking and acting in ways that are aligned with your values and the principles of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics understood that much of the conflict and misunderstanding in life arises from careless or impulsive communication, and they taught that by exercising discipline in speech and action, you can prevent many of these issues from occurring. Consider how mindful speech transforms your interactions with others. In the heat of the moment, it's easy to say things you don't mean, to react with frustration or anger, or to speak without fully considering the impact of your words. These impulsive reactions often lead to misunderstandings, hurt feelings, and conflicts that could have been avoided. However, when you practice mindful speech, you take a step back before responding. You consider your words carefully, ensuring that they are truthful, kind, and necessary. This doesn't mean that you avoid difficult conversations or refrain from speaking your mind, but rather that you do so in a way that is constructive and respectful. By being mindful of what you say and how you say it, you can prevent many misunderstandings and foster clearer, more positive communication. Mindful action, on the other hand, involves being intentional with how you behave and interact with the world around you. Just as impulsive words can lead to conflict, impulsive actions can create unnecessary problems and misunderstandings. Whether it's a quick decision made in anger, a gesture that is misinterpreted, or an action that is taken without considering the consequences, impulsive behavior often leads to regret and complication. By practicing mindful action, you develop the discipline to pause and reflect before you act. You consider the potential outcomes of your actions and ensure that they are aligned with your values and principles. This mindful approach to action not only helps to prevent misunderstandings, but also allows you to live with greater integrity and intention. This practice of mindful speech and action also enhances your relationships with others. When you are careful with your words and deliberate in your actions, you build trust and respect with those around you. People come to see you as someone who is thoughtful, reliable, and considerate, which strengthens your connections and fosters a sense of mutual understanding. This trust and respect, in turn, create a more harmonious and supportive environment, both in your personal relationships and in your professional interactions. By practicing mindful communication, you reduce the likelihood of conflict and misunderstanding, allowing your relationships to flourish. Moreover, mindful speech and action contribute to a sense of inner peace and stability. When you speak and act with intention, you eliminate much of the internal conflict that arises from saying or doing things you later regret. You are less likely to experience guilt, shame, or anxiety about your behavior because you know that you have acted in accordance with your values. This alignment between your words, actions, and beliefs creates a sense of harmony within yourself, allowing you to navigate life with greater ease and confidence. By practicing mindful communication, you not only improve your external relationships, but also enhance your internal well-being. Mindful speech and action are also powerful tools for managing conflict and resolving disagreements. In any disagreement, whether it's with a friend, family member, or colleague, emotions can run high, and it's easy to say or do things that escalate the situation. However, when you approach these situations with mindful communication, you are able to keep the conversation focused on finding a resolution rather than placing blame or proving a point. You listen actively, speak calmly, and act with the intention of understanding and resolving the issue at hand. This mindful approach to conflict not only helps to de-escalate tense situations, but also fosters a sense of respect and collaboration, making it easier to find solutions that are acceptable to all parties involved. This practice also encourages you to be more aware of the impact your words and actions have on others. Often, we speak or act without fully considering how our behavior will be perceived or how it will affect those around us. This lack of awareness can lead to unintended harm, misunderstandings, or strained relationships. By practicing mindful speech and action, you become more attuned to the feelings and perspectives of others, which allows you to communicate in a way that is more empathetic and considerate. This heightened awareness not only improves your relationships, but also helps you to live in a way that is more aligned with the Stoic principles of kindness, compassion, and integrity. Furthermore, mindful communication helps to cultivate patience and understanding in your interactions with others. When you are mindful of your speech and actions, you are less likely to react impulsively to the behavior of others, even when it is frustrating or challenging. Instead, you are able to approach the situation with a sense of calm and composure, allowing you to respond in a way that is constructive rather than reactive. This patient and understanding approach not only helps to prevent misunderstandings, but also fosters a sense of mutual respect and cooperation, making it easier to navigate difficult interactions with grace and poise. Mindful speech and action also play a crucial role in your own personal growth and self-improvement. By being intentional with your words and actions, you create a feedback loop that reinforces positive behavior and discourages negative habits. For example, when you practice mindful speech, you become more aware of the language you use and the tone you take, which helps you to cultivate a more positive and constructive way of communicating. Similarly, when you practice mindful action, you become more aware of the choices you make and the behaviors you engage in, which helps you to develop habits that are more aligned with your values and goals. This ongoing process of self-awareness and intentional behavior allows you to continuously refine and improve yourself, leading to greater personal growth and fulfillment. Moreover, mindful communication enhances your ability to listen and understand others. Often, we are so focused on what we want to say or how we want to respond that we fail to fully listen to the other person. This lack of listening can lead to misunderstandings, missed opportunities for connection, and a breakdown in communication. By practicing mindful listening, you become more present and attentive in your conversations, which allows you to truly hear and understand the other person's perspective. This deeper level of listening not only improves your relationships, but also helps you to communicate in a way that is more effective and meaningful. Mindful speech and action also encourage a sense of humility. When you are mindful of your communication, you are more likely to approach interactions with an open mind and a willingness to learn from others. You become less concerned with being right or asserting your own opinions, and more focused on understanding and connecting with others. This humility not only fosters more meaningful and respectful interactions, but also helps you to grow and evolve as a person. By being open to the perspectives and experiences of others, you expand your own understanding of the world and become more compassionate and empathetic in your interactions. Incorporating the practice of mindful speech and action into your daily life doesn't require a complete overhaul of your communication style. It's about making small, consistent efforts to be more intentional with your words and actions, and to approach each interaction with a mindset of clarity, empathy, and respect. Whether it's through practicing active listening pausing before you speak, or reflecting on the impact of your actions. Mindful communication is a simple yet powerful way to improve your relationships, reduce misunderstandings, and create a more harmonious and fulfilling life. As you continue on your Stoic journey, remember that mindful speech and action are not just practices to be employed in difficult situations, but habits to be cultivated in every interaction. By making these qualities a regular part of your life, you build the foundation for clearer, more effective communication, stronger relationships, and a deeper sense of inner peace and fulfillment. This practice, when combined with the patience and endurance you've developed, creates a powerful framework for living with integrity, purpose, and harmony. As we bring this journey through the Stoic habits to a close, imagine the transformation that awaits when you fully embrace these timeless principles. By practicing daily reflection, you gain the clarity to navigate life's challenges with purpose. By focusing on what you can control, you clear the mental fog that often clouds your decisions. Embracing voluntary discomfort builds the resilience you need to thrive, while cultivating gratitude ensures you find joy in every moment, no matter how small. Living by virtue simplifies your choices, and detaching from outcomes frees you from unnecessary stress and anxiety. By accepting the impermanence of life, you learn to flow with change rather than resist it. Developing patience and endurance arms you with the strength to overcome any adversity. And finally, practicing mindful speech and action ensures that your interactions with others are harmonious and meaningful. These habits are not just abstract ideas, they are practical tools that can reshape your life, helping you solve 95% of the problems you face. As you integrate them into your daily routine, you'll discover a new level of inner peace, strength, and fulfillment. Remember, the journey doesn't end here. It's a continuous process of growth and refinement. Now, I'd love to hear from you. What Stoic habit resonates with you the most? How do you plan to incorporate these lessons into your life? Leave a comment below and let's start a conversation. Your insights could inspire others on their Stoic journey. If you found value in this video, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss out on more content like this. Together, let's keep building a community dedicated to living with wisdom, strength, and purpose. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Have you ever found yourself feeling lost, uncertain, or even frustrated with the way life is unfolding? It's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of expectations, pressures, and opinions that surround us every day. We live in a world where it seems like everyone has something to say about how we should live our lives. Whether it's through social media, the advice of friends and family, or even the silent pressure of society, we're constantly being pulled in different directions. It can feel overwhelming, like you're trying to please everyone but yourself. But what if I told you that true peace and strength don't come from what others give you, but from what you find within yourself? Imagine living a life where your happiness isn't dependent on anyone else's approval, where your confidence isn't shaken by others' opinions, and where your sense of self-worth is unshakable. It sounds liberating, doesn't it? That's because it is. The journey to this kind of freedom isn't always easy, but it's worth every step. Along the way, you'll discover that some of the things you've been holding on to, things that others have given you, knowingly or unknowingly, might actually be holding you back. They can weigh you down, cloud your judgment, and make you doubt your own worth and abilities. Letting go of these things is not just about rejecting what's harmful, it's about embracing what truly empowers you. Have you ever noticed how some people seem so strong, so unbothered by the chaos around them? They move through life with a quiet confidence, not needing validation from anyone else. You might wonder, what's their secret? How do they stay so centered, so sure of themselves, even when everything around them is uncertain? The answer lies in a simple but profound truth. They don't rely on others to define who they are. This kind of inner strength isn't something you're born with. It's something you build day by day, decision by decision. It's about choosing to stand firm in your values, even when it's hard. It's about recognizing that your worth doesn't come from the compliments you receive, the gifts you're given, or the approval you get from others. Your worth comes from within, from knowing who you are and what you stand for. Let's take a moment to think about the pressures we face every day. There's a constant demand to fit in, to be liked, to be seen as successful. We're taught to chase after things that we think will make us happy: more money, more recognition, more possessions. But deep down, we know that these things are temporary. They might bring a moment of joy, but they don't bring lasting peace. True happiness doesn't come from outside. It comes from a place deep within you. It's the kind of happiness that can't be shaken by what others say or do. It's a peace that remains, even when life is tough, even when things don't go as planned. And the key to this kind of happiness is understanding that there are some things you should never accept from anyone, no matter how tempting they might seem. Think about it. How many times have you let someone else's words affect your mood? How often have you changed your plans because you were worried about what others might think? These moments, small as they may seem, add up. They chip away at your confidence, your peace of mind, and your ability to live authentically. But it doesn't have to be this way. You have the power to take back control, to decide what influences your life and what doesn't. It starts with recognizing the things that don't serve you, the things that might feel good in the moment, but ultimately lead you away from your true path. It's about saying no to the things that undermine your strength, and yes to the things that build it. Imagine waking up each day with a sense of clarity and purpose, knowing that you're living life on your own terms. You're not swayed by the opinions of others or by the fleeting trends of the moment. Instead, you're grounded in something much deeper: your own values, your own principles. This is what it means to live with integrity, to be true to yourself no matter what. As you walk this path, you'll start to notice a change. The things that used to bother you, the comments that used to sting, will start to lose their power. You'll find yourself feeling more confident, more at peace with who you are and where you're going. And when challenges arise, as they inevitably will, you'll face them with a calm and steady heart, knowing that you have everything you need within you to overcome them. This journey isn't about isolating yourself from the world or rejecting the people around you. It's about building a foundation of inner strength that allows you to interact with the world in a healthier, more balanced way. It's about recognizing that while others can offer advice, support, and encouragement, the final say in how you live your life belongs to you. So, how do you start? It begins with awareness, becoming mindful of the things that influence you and questioning whether they truly align with your values. It's about taking a step back from the noise and finding the stillness within where your true self resides. From this place of stillness, you can begin to see clearly what serves you and what doesn't. As you continue on this path, you'll learn to trust yourself more, to listen to that quiet inner voice that knows what's best for you. You'll discover that you don't need to seek validation from others because you're already enough. You don't need to chase after external success because true success is living in harmony with your values. And you don't need to depend on others for happiness because the source of happiness is within you. This is the power of living a life rooted in Stoic wisdom. It's not about denying the good things in life, but about ensuring that those good things come from a place of strength and not dependence. It's about building a life that is resilient, independent, and deeply fulfilling. So, as we embark on this journey together, I invite you to take a deep breath and open your mind to the possibilities ahead. This is your chance to reclaim your power, to let go of what doesn't serve you, and to embrace a life of true freedom and inner peace. The road ahead may not always be easy, but I promise you, it will be worth it. Imagine standing in a crowded room, surrounded by people who are all looking at you, waiting for your next move. You can feel the weight of their expectations, the silent judgment in their eyes, and the pressure to impress. In that moment, what do you feel? For many, it's a mix of anxiety, fear, and the desperate need for validation. The truth is, we've all been there, caught in the trap of seeking approval from others, craving that external validation to feel worthy, successful, or even loved. But what if I told you that this search for validation is not only unnecessary, but also dangerous? What if relying on others' approval is silently eroding your confidence, your happiness, and your sense of self? This is where the wisdom of Stoicism comes into play. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers who sought to live with virtue and tranquility, understood something profound about human nature. True strength doesn't come from the praise or approval of others, but from within. They taught that when we rely on external validation, we give away our power. We become like a ship tossed by the waves, at the mercy of every passing opinion, rather than standing firm on our own inner foundation. Let's delve into why seeking validation is so dangerous, and why the Stoics believed that relying on your inner strength is the key to true freedom. When you constantly seek validation, you're handing over the reins of your life to others. Every compliment, every bit of praise becomes a double-edged sword. Sure, it feels good in the moment, but what happens when the compliments stop? Or worse, when the criticism starts? If your sense of worth is tied to what others think, then you're building your identity on a foundation of sand. It shifts and crumbles with every change in the tide, leaving you feeling lost, unsure, and vulnerable. The Stoics knew that this was no way to live. They taught that we should build our lives on something far more stable, our own inner virtues. Instead of seeking validation from others, they encouraged us to look inward, to develop a sense of self-worth that is independent of external opinions. Imagine the peace that comes from knowing that your value doesn't depend on anyone else. You are enough, just as you are, without needing others to affirm it. This is the essence of Stoic strength. But how do we cultivate this inner strength? It starts with understanding that other people's opinions are just that, opinions. They are not facts, and they do not define you. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most famous Stoic philosophers, reminded himself daily that other people's judgments were outside his control and therefore irrelevant to his peace of mind. He wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." This simple truth is powerful. When you stop giving weight to others' opinions, you free yourself from the chains of validation. This doesn't mean you should ignore all feedback or isolate yourself from others. It's about balance. You can listen to others, consider their perspectives, and even learn from them. But at the end of the day, your worth is not up for debate. It's something you carry within you, unshaken by the judgments of the outside world. This is what the Stoics meant by inner strength, a kind of unbreakable core that remains steady, no matter what storms rage around you. Another danger of seeking validation is that it leads to a constant need for approval. It's like a drug. The more you get, the more you need. You start to depend on it to feel good about yourself, to feel accomplished. But this dependency is a trap. It's exhausting and unsustainable because you can never control what others think or how they respond to you. One day, you might receive praise, and the next, you could face criticism. If you base your happiness on this roller coaster, you'll find yourself in a never-ending cycle of highs and lows, never truly at peace. The Stoics believed that true peace comes from within, from aligning your actions with your own values and principles, not from the approval of others. They encouraged us to focus on what we can control: our thoughts, our actions, and our responses. Everything else, including what others think of us, is beyond our control, and therefore should not be a source of stress or concern. By letting go of the need for validation, you reclaim your power. You become the master of your own destiny, guided by your own inner compass. But letting go of this need is easier said than done. It requires practice and a shift in mindset. The Stoics offered practical advice on how to cultivate this inner strength. One of their key teachings is the concept of amor fati, or love of fate. This means accepting everything that happens to you as necessary and good, even if it doesn't seem that way at first. When you embrace life as it is, without wishing for things to be different, you start to see that other people's opinions are just another part of the world that you cannot control. And if you cannot control it, why let it control you? This mindset shift can be incredibly liberating. When you stop worrying about what others think, you open up space to focus on what truly matters: your own growth, your own happiness, and your own sense of purpose. You start to live for yourself, not for the approval of others. This doesn't mean becoming selfish or uncaring. In fact, it often leads to more genuine connections with others, because you're no longer trying to impress or win their approval. You're simply being yourself, and that authenticity is powerful. The Stoics also taught the importance of self-reflection. Taking time each day to reflect on your actions, thoughts, and feelings can help you build a stronger sense of self. When you know yourself deeply, you become less reliant on others to tell you who you are. You develop a clear sense of your own values and principles, which becomes your guiding star in life. This self-knowledge is the foundation of inner strength. Imagine a life where you no longer need to chase after validation, where you wake up each day confident in who you are, no matter what others say or think. This is the kind of life the Stoics envisioned, a life of inner peace, resilience, and true freedom. When you stop seeking validation, you start to see the world differently. You begin to realize that most people are too caught up in their own concerns to be constantly judging you. And even if they are, their opinions are just a reflection of their own perspectives, not a reflection of your worth. In a world that constantly tries to tell you who to be, the Stoic path is a revolutionary one. It's a path of self-reliance, where you draw your strength from within rather than from the fleeting approval of others. It's about living authentically, according to your own values, and finding peace in knowing that you are enough, just as you are. This is not an easy path, but it is a powerful one. It requires courage, self-discipline, and a willingness to let go of the need for validation. But in return, it offers something far more valuable: true freedom. As you embrace this Stoic wisdom, you'll start to notice changes in your life. You'll find that you're less affected by criticism, more confident in your decisions, and more at peace with who you are. You'll no longer feel the need to prove yourself to others, because you'll know that your worth isn't something that can be given or taken away. It's something you carry within you, always. This journey of letting go of validation is one of the most important you can undertake. It's a journey to reclaim your power, to live authentically, and to find true peace. The Stoics have shown us the way, but it's up to you to walk the path. It's up to you to decide that you will no longer be a slave to the opinions of others, that you will no longer let your happiness depend on their approval. Instead, you will build your life on a foundation of inner strength, guided by your own values and principles. This is the essence of Stoic wisdom, finding strength within rather than seeking it from the outside world. It's about realizing that you are enough, just as you are, and that you don't need anyone else to tell you that. It's about living a life of integrity, where your actions are guided by your own sense of right and wrong, not by the desire for approval. And it's about finding peace in knowing that no matter what others say or think, you are in control of your own life. As you continue on this journey, remember that it's not about perfection, it's about progress. Every time you choose to rely on your own inner strength rather than seeking validation from others, you're taking a step towards true freedom. Every time you remind yourself that your worth is not up for debate, you're building a stronger foundation for your life. And every time you let go of the need for approval, you're reclaiming your power. In a world that constantly tries to pull you in different directions, the Stoic path offers a way to stay centered, grounded, and true to yourself. It's a path that leads to inner peace, resilience, and a deep sense of fulfillment. So, as you go through life, remember this. You don't need validation from anyone else. You have everything you need within you. You are enough, just as you are. And when you live with this understanding, you'll find that the world starts to look a little different, less threatening, less overwhelming, and more full of possibilities. This is the power of Stoic wisdom. It's not about denying the reality of the world or pretending that other people's opinions don't matter at all. It's about recognizing that you are in control of how much power you give those opinions. It's about choosing to live according to your own values, rather than trying to fit into someone else's expectations. And it's about finding the courage to be yourself, no matter what. As you move forward, take this wisdom with you. Let it guide you in those moments of doubt, when you feel the pull to seek validation from others. Remind yourself that your worth doesn't come from them, it comes from within you. And in those moments when you're tempted to let others' opinions dictate your actions, remember the words of the Stoics. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This is your life, and you have the power to live it on your own terms. You have the strength within you to stand firm, even when the world around you is uncertain. You have the wisdom to know that true happiness doesn't come from others, it comes from within. So, take this journey with courage, knowing that you are enough, just as you are. And as you do, you'll find that the need for validation fades away, replaced by a deep and lasting sense of peace. When we release ourselves from the need for validation, we begin to see the power of self-trust. This newfound confidence is a cornerstone of Stoic wisdom, but it is constantly threatened by subtle forces that can erode our inner strength. One such force is unsolicited advice, which often arrives disguised as helpfulness, but can be as corrosive to our confidence as seeking validation itself. Imagine making a decision after careful consideration, feeling confident in your choice, only to have someone offer advice you didn't ask for. Suddenly, your certainty begins to waver. The advice, though well-intentioned, plants seeds of doubt, causing you to second-guess your judgment. This is the subtle danger of unsolicited advice. It can undermine your confidence, leading you away from your true path. The Stoics, with their emphasis on self-reliance and inner wisdom, understood the risks of allowing unsolicited advice to influence one's decisions. They believed that true wisdom is not something passively received from others, but something actively cultivated within oneself through reflection and experience. When someone offers advice without being asked, it often reflects the advisor's own biases, fears, and desires, factors that may have little to do with your unique situation or goals. When you accept unsolicited advice, it's as though you're handing over the reins of your life to someone else. Even if only for a moment, you are allowing another person to steer your course, which can create a kind of dependency. Over time, this can erode your ability to trust your own judgment. The Stoics taught that true freedom comes from within, from making decisions based on your own values and principles, rather than being swayed by the opinions of others. This is not to say that all advice should be ignored. There is great value in learning from others, especially those who have walked similar paths or who possess wisdom that you respect. However, unsolicited advice often comes without an understanding of your circumstances and without the depth of insight necessary to truly help. The Stoics would encourage discernment, knowing when to listen to advice and when to trust your own judgment. Unsolicited advice can also subtly undermine your confidence. Even advice given with the best intentions can cause you to doubt your own abilities or instincts. It can introduce uncertainty where there was none before, leading to hesitation and indecision. The Stoics believed that clarity of mind and purpose is essential for living a virtuous life. When your judgment is clouded by conflicting opinions, it becomes more difficult to move forward with conviction. By resisting the influence of unsolicited advice, you maintain the mental clarity needed to act in alignment with your values. There is a psychological dynamic at play in unsolicited advice that the Stoics would have been keenly aware of. When someone offers advice without being asked, it can create a subtle power imbalance where the advisor positions themselves as the authority. This can make you feel less capable, as though you need guidance to make the right decisions. The Stoics, however, believed in the capacity of each individual to cultivate wisdom and make sound decisions based on their own experiences and reflections. By standing firm in this belief, you reinforce your autonomy and resist the temptation to defer to others simply because they offer their opinions. Moreover, the motives behind unsolicited advice are not always pure. Sometimes people offer advice because they genuinely want to help, but often the act of giving advice serves the advisor's need to feel important or knowledgeable. The Stoics would urge us to examine the intentions behind the advice we receive. Is the person offering advice because they truly understand your situation and care about your well-being, or are they projecting their own insecurities and desires onto you? Understanding the motives behind unsolicited advice can help you assess whether it's worth considering or if it's better left politely declined. Another significant issue with unsolicited advice is that it can lead to confusion and indecision. When you are clear about your goals and have made a decision based on your values, unsolicited advice can introduce unnecessary complexity. It can cause you to question your choice, to waver, and ultimately to delay taking action. The Stoics taught that clarity of purpose is vital for living a life of virtue. When your mind is muddled by conflicting advice, it becomes harder to act with the decisiveness that is characteristic of a well-lived Stoic life. By filtering out unsolicited advice, you preserve your mental clarity and ensure that your actions are aligned with your true intentions. It's also important to recognize that unsolicited advice often comes with unspoken expectations. When you accept advice, even if you didn't seek it out, there can be an implied obligation to follow it. This creates a sense of pressure, as though you're now accountable not only to yourself, but also to the person who gave the advice. The Stoics valued personal autonomy and would caution against allowing yourself to become entangled in others' expectations. By maintaining clear boundaries and only accepting advice that aligns with your values, you protect your freedom to make decisions that are best for you. In our modern world, where advice is often freely given, whether from friends, family, or even strangers online, it's more important than ever to cultivate a strong sense of self. The Stoics believed that true wisdom comes from within, from a deep understanding of your own mind and heart. When you are grounded in this inner wisdom, you are less likely to be swayed by unsolicited advice. You become more confident in your decisions, more resilient in the face of challenges, and more capable of living a life that is true to who you are. But while it's crucial to resist the influence of unsolicited advice, it's equally important to practice discernment. Not all advice is harmful, and not all unsolicited advice should be ignored outright. The key is to develop the ability to assess whether the advice you're receiving is genuinely helpful or merely a distraction. The Stoics would encourage you to listen carefully, consider the source, and then decide whether the advice aligns with your values and goals. If it does, then it can be a valuable tool in your decision-making process. If it doesn't, then it's perfectly fine to let it go. There's also a lesson in humility here. While it's important to trust yourself, it's also vital to remain open to learning from others. However, this learning should be intentional and sought out, not something imposed upon you. By actively seeking advice from those you respect and whose wisdom you value, you can continue to grow and develop without being at the mercy of every passing opinion. This approach allows you to maintain control over your learning and growth, ensuring that the advice you receive is aligned with your own goals and values. The Stoic perspective on unsolicited advice is about empowerment. It's about recognizing that you have the power to make your own decisions and that you don't need to rely on others to tell you how to live your life. It's about taking ownership of your path and trusting that you have the wisdom within you to navigate it. When you embrace this perspective, you free yourself from the need for external validation and start living a life that is guided by your own inner compass. This journey is not about rejecting all advice or shutting out the world. It's about finding a balance between being open to learning and maintaining your sense of direction. It's about knowing when to listen and when to stand firm in your beliefs. And most importantly, it's about trusting yourself enough to know that you are capable of making the right decisions for your life. As you continue on this path, remember that you are the expert on your own life. No one else has lived your experiences, faced your challenges, or understands your goals as deeply as you do. By trusting yourself and your judgment, you develop a stronger sense of self and a clearer vision of what you want in life. This is the essence of Stoic wisdom, finding strength within rather than seeking it from the outside world. In a world full of noise and opinions, the Stoic path offers a way to find clarity and peace. It's a path that leads to greater self-reliance, deeper wisdom, and a more authentic way of living. By letting go of the need for others to guide your decisions, you reclaim your power and take control of your own destiny. And in doing so, you discover a strength within you that is unshakable, no matter what advice the world may offer. This journey of self-reliance and inner strength is not always easy, but it is deeply rewarding. It requires courage, self-discipline, and a commitment to living according to your values. But the rewards are immense. When you stop accepting unsolicited advice and start trusting yourself, you unlock a sense of freedom and empowerment that is truly life-changing. You become the author of your own story, charting a course that is uniquely yours. One of the reasons unsolicited advice is so problematic is that it often comes from people who are projecting their own fears and insecurities onto you. When someone gives advice without understanding your situation, they are likely basing it on their experiences, which may not be relevant to your life. This projection can cause you to question your choices, even if those choices are well considered and aligned with your values. The Stoics would caution against allowing other people's fears to dictate your actions. They would remind you that while it's important to consider different perspectives, your decisions should ultimately be guided by your own principles and understanding. By rejecting unsolicited advice, you are not only preserving your autonomy, but also protecting yourself from being influenced by the anxieties and limitations of others. Furthermore, unsolicited advice can create unnecessary conflict. When someone offers advice you didn't ask for, it can feel intrusive, leading to tension and misunderstandings. The Stoics emphasized the importance of maintaining harmonious relationships, but they also believed in setting boundaries to protect one's peace of mind. By politely declining unsolicited advice, you can avoid potential conflicts while still honoring your values and maintaining your sense of self. In addition to causing confusion and doubt, unsolicited advice can also lead to overthinking. When you receive advice that wasn't sought, you may find yourself ruminating on it, trying to determine if it's something you should consider. This mental turmoil can be exhausting and counterproductive, as it diverts your focus from what truly matters, your own goals and values. The Stoics taught that a calm and focused mind is essential for living a virtuous life. By minimizing the impact of unsolicited advice, you can maintain the mental clarity needed to pursue your path with purpose and determination. The idea that unsolicited advice can create a sense of obligation is also significant. When someone offers advice, there is often an unspoken expectation that you will follow it. This can create pressure, making you feel as though you owe it to the advisor to act on their suggestions, even if they don't align with your values. The Stoics valued personal freedom and would urge you to resist any pressure to act against your better judgment. By setting boundaries and only accepting advice that resonates with you, you protect your ability to make decisions based on your own values and priorities. In modern society, where advice is often given freely and without consideration, it's more important than ever to develop a strong sense of self. The Stoics believed that true wisdom comes from within, from a deep understanding of your own mind and heart. When you are grounded in this inner wisdom, you are less likely to be swayed by unsolicited advice. You become more confident in your decisions, more resilient in the face of challenges, and more capable of living a life that is true to who you are. But while it's essential to resist the influence of unsolicited advice, it's equally important to practice discernment. Not all advice is harmful, and not all unsolicited advice should be ignored outright. The key is to develop the ability to assess whether the advice you're receiving is genuinely helpful or merely a distraction. The Stoics would encourage you to listen carefully, consider the source, and then decide whether the advice aligns with your values and goals. If it does, then it can be a valuable tool in your decision-making process. If it doesn't, then it's perfectly fine to let it go. There's also a lesson in humility here. While it's important to trust yourself, it's also vital to remain open to learning from others. However, this learning should be intentional and sought out, not something imposed upon you. By actively seeking advice from those you respect and whose wisdom you value, you can continue to grow and develop without being at the mercy of every passing opinion. This approach allows you to maintain control over your learning and growth, ensuring that the advice you receive is aligned with your own goals and values. The Stoic perspective on unsolicited advice is about empowerment. It's about recognizing that you have the power to make your own decisions and that you don't need to rely on others to tell you how to live your life. It's about taking ownership of your path and trusting that you have the wisdom within you to navigate it. When you embrace this perspective, you free yourself from the need for external validation and start living a life that is guided by your own inner compass. This journey is not about rejecting all advice or shutting out the world. It's about finding a balance between being open to learning and maintaining your sense of direction. It's about knowing when to listen and when to stand firm in your beliefs. And most importantly, it's about trusting yourself enough to know that you are capable of making the right decisions for your life. As you continue on this path, remember that you are the expert on your own life. No one else has lived your experiences, faced your challenges, or understands your goals as deeply as you do. By trusting yourself and your judgment, you develop a stronger sense of self and a clearer vision of what you want in life. This is the essence of Stoic wisdom, finding strength within rather than seeking it from the outside world. In a world full of noise and opinions, the Stoic path offers a way to find clarity and peace. It's a path that leads to greater self-reliance, deeper wisdom, and a more authentic way of living. By letting go of the need for others to guide your decisions, you reclaim your power and take control of your own destiny. And in doing so, you discover a strength within you that is unshakable, no matter what advice the world may offer. This journey of self-reliance and inner strength is not always easy, but it is deeply rewarding. It requires courage, self-discipline, and a commitment to living according to your values. But the rewards are immense. When you stop accepting unsolicited advice and start trusting yourself, you unlock a sense of freedom and empowerment that is truly life-changing. You become the author of your own story, charting a course that is uniquely yours. Unsolicited advice, while often well-intentioned, can undermine your confidence, cloud your judgment, and lead you away from your true path. The Stoics understood the dangers of allowing external opinions to influence your decisions, and instead encouraged the cultivation of inner wisdom and self-reliance. By resisting the pull of unsolicited advice, you preserve your autonomy and maintain the clarity needed to live a life that is true to your values and goals. Remember, the power to shape your life lies within you. Trust yourself, set boundaries, and embrace the freedom that comes from living according to your own principles. This is the path to true Stoic strength and wisdom, and it is a journey worth taking. When we recognize the subtle dangers of unsolicited advice and choose to trust our inner wisdom, we begin to build a stronger foundation for our lives. But there's another, often more tempting trap that can shake this foundation: compliments and flattery. Imagine receiving praise for something you've done. It feels good, doesn't it? Compliments can uplift our spirits and make us feel valued. But what if the very thing that makes us feel good is also making us vulnerable? What if our reliance on external praise is quietly eroding our sense of self-worth, making us dependent on the opinions of others? The Stoics, always wary of external influences, had a profound understanding of this dynamic and warned against letting compliments and flattery shape our identity. Compliments can be as alluring as they are dangerous. They offer us a momentary boost, a validation of our actions, and a sense of recognition. But here's the thing: when we start relying on these external affirmations to feel good about ourselves, we give away our power. We allow others to define our worth, and in doing so, we become dependent on their approval. The Stoics believed that true strength comes from within, from a sense of self that is independent of external validation. When you rely on compliments to feel worthy, you're building your identity on a foundation that can crumble at any moment. Flattery, in particular, is a dangerous form of praise. It's often insincere, designed to manipulate or control rather than genuinely uplift. The Stoics were acutely aware of how flattery could be used as a tool of manipulation, making us more susceptible to the influence of others. When we allow ourselves to be swayed by flattery, we become less grounded in our own values and more inclined to act in ways that please others rather than staying true to ourselves. This is why the Stoics emphasized the importance of maintaining a strong sense of self-worth that isn't easily swayed by the opinions or praise of others. One of the reasons compliments and flattery are so tempting is that they tap into a deep-seated human desire for recognition and belonging. We all want to be seen, valued, and appreciated. However, the Stoics taught that this desire for external validation can lead us astray if it becomes a primary driver of our actions. When we chase after compliments, we risk losing sight of our true purpose and values. We start to prioritize what will earn us praise over what is truly meaningful and virtuous. The Stoics believed that our actions should be guided by our own inner compass, not by the pursuit of external rewards. Another issue with relying on compliments and flattery is that it makes us vulnerable to manipulation. Those who understand our need for praise can easily exploit it, using flattery to influence our decisions and behavior. The Stoics would argue that when we allow ourselves to be controlled by the opinions of others, we lose our autonomy and become puppets to those who know how to pull our strings. This is why it's so important to develop a strong sense of self-worth that isn't dependent on external validation. By doing so, we protect ourselves from being manipulated and ensure that our actions are truly our own. Moreover, when we become too attached to compliments, we also become more sensitive to criticism. If our self-worth is tied to the praise we receive, then any negative feedback can feel like a personal attack, shaking our confidence and making us doubt ourselves. The Stoics taught that we should be indifferent to both praise and criticism, recognizing that neither defines our true worth. Instead, we should focus on living virtuously, guided by our own principles, rather than being swayed by the opinions of others. By cultivating this indifference, we free ourselves from the highs and lows of external validation and find a deeper, more stable sense of self. The Stoics also warned against the dangers of self-deception that can arise from excessive praise. When we receive too many compliments, it's easy to start believing that we are better or more important than we truly are. This can lead to arrogance, complacency, and a lack of self-awareness. The Stoics believed that humility was essential to living a virtuous life, and they cautioned against allowing praise to inflate our ego. Instead, they encouraged us to remain grounded, always aware of our limitations and focused on continual self-improvement. It's also important to recognize that compliments and flattery are often fleeting. The same people who praise you today may criticize you tomorrow. If your sense of self-worth is tied to the opinions of others, you will find yourself on an emotional roller coaster, constantly chasing after the next compliment to feel good about yourself. The Stoics believed that true happiness and fulfillment come from within, not from external sources. By letting go of the need for praise and focusing on living in accordance with your values, you can find a deeper, more lasting sense of peace and contentment. There is a certain freedom that comes from not being swayed by compliments or flattery. When you are no longer dependent on external validation, you are free to act according to your own principles rather than trying to please others. This doesn't mean rejecting all compliments outright, but rather accepting them with a sense of detachment, recognizing that they do not define your worth. The Stoics would remind us that our value as individuals is not determined by the opinions of others, but by the virtue with which we live our lives. This Stoic approach to compliments and flattery is not about rejecting the positive things that others say about us, but about maintaining a healthy perspective. It's about understanding that while it's nice to receive praise, it's not something we should rely on for our sense of self-worth. The Stoics taught that we should be content with who we are, independent of what others think. This inner contentment is the key to living a life of true freedom and fulfillment. When we look at the Stoic view on compliments and flattery, we see that it's really about cultivating a strong, stable sense of self. This sense of self is not easily shaken by the opinions of others, whether positive or negative. It's rooted in an understanding of our own values and principles, and in the recognition that our worth comes from within, not from the praise we receive. By embracing this Stoic perspective, we can navigate life's ups and downs with greater resilience, confidence, and peace of mind. Another important aspect of the Stoic view on compliments is the idea of moderation. The Stoics believed in the importance of balance in all things, and this applies to how we respond to praise as well. While it's natural to feel good when we receive a compliment, the key is not to let it go to our heads. The Stoics would advise us to accept compliments graciously, but without letting them inflate our ego or change the way we see ourselves. By maintaining this balance, we can enjoy the positive feelings that come with praise without becoming dependent on them. It's also worth noting that the Stoics recognized the value of honest feedback. While they cautioned against letting compliments define us, they also understood the importance of constructive criticism. The Stoics believed that feedback, when given sincerely and with the intent to help us grow, could be a valuable tool for self-improvement. However, they would also remind us that not all criticism is helpful or accurate. Just as we should be cautious of flattery, we should also be discerning about the criticism we receive, using our own judgment to determine whether it's something we can learn from or something to let go. In the end, the Stoic view on compliments and flattery is about empowerment. It's about reclaiming the power to define your own worth, rather than allowing it to be determined by others. It's about recognizing that while compliments can be nice, they are not essential to your sense of self. Your true value lies in how you live your life, in the integrity with which you pursue your goals, and in the consistency with which you adhere to your principles. By focusing on these internal factors rather than external praise, you build a sense of self that is strong, resilient, and unshakable. This approach to compliments and flattery also has broader implications for how we interact with others. When we are not driven by the need for praise, we can engage with people more authentically. We are less likely to seek approval or try to impress others, and more likely to be true to ourselves. This authenticity fosters deeper, more meaningful connections, as we are no longer trying to be someone we're not in order to gain the approval of others. The Stoics would argue that by letting go of the need for compliments, we not only strengthen our own sense of self, but also improve our relationships with others. There is also a lesson in humility here. The Stoics believed that true wisdom comes from recognizing our limitations and striving to improve ourselves, rather than seeking validation from others. When we become too focused on compliments, we risk losing sight of this humility, becoming complacent or even arrogant. The Stoics would remind us that no matter how much praise we receive, there is always room for growth and self-improvement. By maintaining a humble attitude, we stay open to learning and continue to develop as individuals. In a world that often emphasizes external success and recognition, the Stoic view on compliments and flattery offers a refreshing perspective. It encourages us to look within for our sense of worth, rather than seeking it from others. It teaches us to be wary of flattery and to recognize when praise is being used as a tool of manipulation. And most importantly, it reminds us that our true value lies not in what others think of us, but in how we live our lives. This Stoic approach is not about rejecting all forms of praise or recognition. It's about finding balance, understanding that while compliments can be enjoyable, they are not essential to our happiness or self-worth. By embracing this perspective, we can navigate the challenges of life with greater confidence, resilience, and inner peace. As we reflect on the Stoic view of compliments and flattery, it becomes clear that this philosophy is ultimately about empowerment. It's about taking control of our own sense of self, rather than allowing it to be shaped by the opinions of others. It's about finding strength within, rather than relying on external validation. And it's about living a life that is true to our values, regardless of whether or not we receive praise for it. In a world that is constantly trying to tell us who we should be and what we should value, the Stoic approach offers a path to true freedom. It encourages us to define our own worth, to live according to our principles, and to find fulfillment in the pursuit of virtue rather than in the pursuit of praise. By embracing this philosophy, we can build a life that is not only resilient in the face of challenges, but also deeply fulfilling. The Stoic view on compliments and flattery is a reminder that our worth is not something that can be given to us by others. It is something that we must cultivate within ourselves through our actions, our choices, and our commitment to living a virtuous life. By letting go of the need for external validation, we can find a deeper, more lasting sense of self-worth, one that is not easily shaken by the opinions of others. As we continue on our journey of self-reliance and inner strength, it's important to remember that the Stoic approach is not about rejecting all praise, but about putting it in its proper place. Compliments can be a source of encouragement, but they should not be the foundation of our self-esteem. By maintaining a balanced perspective, we can enjoy the positive feelings that come with praise without becoming dependent on them. This balance is key to living a life that is both empowered and authentic. The Stoic view on compliments and flattery is a powerful tool for cultivating a strong sense of self-worth. It teaches us to be wary of external validation, to recognize when praise is being used to manipulate us, and to focus on living a life that is true to our values. By embracing this perspective, we can build a life that is resilient, confident, and deeply fulfilling. We can find true freedom in the knowledge that our worth is not determined by what others think of us, but by how we choose to live our lives. This journey of understanding and applying the Stoic approach to compliments and flattery is one that leads to greater self-awareness, humility, and inner peace. It empowers us to take control of our own sense of self, to live authentically, and to find fulfillment in the pursuit of virtue, rather than in the pursuit of praise. By embracing this philosophy, we can navigate the challenges of life with confidence, resilience, and a deep sense of inner strength. As we navigate the seductive allure of compliments and flattery, the question arises: what happens when we let external praise define our self-worth? It's a subtle trap, one that feels comforting in the moment, but can be profoundly destabilizing over time. Imagine living a life where your sense of value hinges on the applause of others. The highs are exhilarating, but the lows are devastating. The Stoics, with their deep understanding of human nature, recognize the dangers of tying self-worth to external praise. They knew that true strength comes from within, and that relying on the fleeting approval of others only weakens our foundation. The problem with external praise is that it is inherently unstable. People's opinions are fickle, influenced by countless factors beyond your control. When you allow your self-worth to be determined by what others think of you, you place your happiness on a shaky foundation. One day, you may receive applause and recognition, but the next, that praise could vanish, leaving you questioning your value. The Stoics understood this well. They believed that true self-worth must be anchored in something far more stable: your own principles, your own actions, and your own inner sense of virtue. Relying on external praise creates a dependency that can be incredibly harmful. It conditions you to seek out validation from others, making you vulnerable to their judgments and opinions. This dependency can lead to a life where you are constantly chasing after approval, molding yourself to fit the expectations of those around you. The Stoics would argue that this is no way to live. When you let others define your worth, you give up your autonomy, becoming a slave to the ever-changing opinions of the crowd. Instead, the Stoics taught that self-worth should come from within, from living a life that is true to your own values, regardless of whether or not others recognize it. Another issue with relying on external praise is that it can distort your sense of self. When you base your worth on the opinions of others, you begin to lose sight of who you truly are. You start to prioritize what will earn you praise over what is genuinely important to you. This can lead to a kind of identity crisis, where you are no longer sure what you stand for, what you believe in, or who you want to be. The Stoics believed that clarity of purpose and a strong sense of self were essential to living a virtuous life. By letting go of the need for external praise, you can reconnect with your true self and live a life that is authentic and meaningful. One of the most profound insights of Stoic philosophy is the understanding that you cannot control what others think of you. People's opinions are shaped by their own experiences, biases, and emotions, which means they often have little to do with you as a person. When you allow these opinions to determine your self-worth, you are giving power over your happiness to something completely outside of your control. The Stoics believed that true peace and contentment come from focusing on what you can control, your own actions, thoughts, and reactions, rather than being consumed by what others might think. This Stoic approach to self-worth is about reclaiming your power. It's about recognizing that your value does not come from the approval of others, but from living a life that is true to your principles. When you stop seeking external validation, you free yourself from the need to constantly prove your worth to others. You begin to act with integrity, guided by your own inner compass, rather than trying to conform to the expectations of those around you. This kind of inner freedom is at the heart of Stoic wisdom. It allows you to live a life of purpose and fulfillment, unshaken by the opinions of others. Relying on external praise also makes you more susceptible to the whims of others. When your self-worth is tied to what others think, you become vulnerable to their manipulation. People can use praise as a tool to control you, to influence your decisions, and to steer you in directions that serve their interests rather than your own. The Stoics understood that true autonomy requires detachment from the opinions of others. By developing a sense of self-worth that is independent of external praise, you protect yourself from being manipulated and ensure that your actions are truly your own. There is also a deeper, more existential reason why external praise should not define your self-worth. The Stoics believed that life is fleeting and that true fulfillment comes from living in accordance with your own values and principles, not from chasing after the approval of others. They taught that external praise is ultimately meaningless in the grand scheme of things. It is a fleeting, temporary thing that has no lasting significance. What truly matters is how you live your life, whether you live with integrity, whether you are true to your principles, and whether you contribute to the world in a meaningful way. When you base your self-worth on external praise, you are essentially living for others rather than for yourself. You are constantly seeking validation from the outside world rather than finding it within. This can lead to a life of insecurity, where you are always worried about what others think, always trying to please, and always afraid of criticism. The Stoics would argue that this is a life of anxiety, not of true happiness. By letting go of the need for external praise, you can find a deeper, more lasting sense of self-worth that is not dependent on the opinions of others. The Stoics also recognized that external praise can be deceptive. People often praise you not because of your true worth, but because of how you make them feel, or because they want something from you. This kind of praise is insincere, and relying on it for your self-worth is dangerous. The Stoics would encourage you to be discerning about the praise you receive, recognizing that it often has more to do with the person giving it than with your actual value. By focusing on your own principles and actions rather than on the praise of others, you can build a more accurate and stable sense of self-worth. Another important Stoic insight is the idea that external praise can lead to complacency. When you receive praise, it's easy to start believing that you've already achieved something great, that you've already become the person you want to be. This can lead to a kind of stagnation, where you stop striving for improvement and growth. The Stoics believed that life is a continual process of self-improvement, and that true fulfillment comes from always striving to become better, to live more virtuously, and to contribute more meaningfully to the world. By not letting external praise define your self-worth, you stay motivated to keep growing and improving, rather than resting on your laurels. Relying on external praise also places you on a never-ending treadmill of seeking approval. No matter how much praise you receive, it's never enough. You always want more because your sense of self-worth is tied to the opinions of others. This can lead to a life of constant striving, where you are always chasing after the next compliment, the next award, the next bit of recognition. The Stoics believed that this kind of life is ultimately unfulfilling. True happiness, they taught, comes not from external validation, but from living a life that is true to your own values, regardless of what others think. When you free yourself from the need for external praise, you begin to discover a deeper, more authentic sense of self-worth. You start to see that your value as a person is not determined by what others think of you, but by how you live your life. You begin to act with greater integrity, making decisions based on your own principles rather than on the desire for approval. This leads to a more fulfilling life, one that is grounded in a deep sense of inner worth rather than in the fleeting opinions of others. The Stoics also understood that external praise can be addictive. Once you start receiving praise, it's easy to start craving more. You begin to seek out situations where you can receive more praise, and you may even start to change your behavior to earn more approval from others. This can lead you away from your true self, as you start to prioritize what will earn you praise over what is truly important to you. The Stoics would argue that this is a form of self-betrayal. When you allow external praise to dictate your actions, you are no longer living authentically, but rather trying to conform to the expectations of others. By letting go of the need for external praise, you can start to live a more authentic life. You begin to make decisions based on what you truly believe is right, rather than on what will earn you approval. This leads to a greater sense of fulfillment, as you are no longer trying to be someone you're not in order to please others. Instead, you are living in alignment with your own values, which is the key to true happiness, according to the Stoics. One of the most powerful Stoic insights is the idea that your self-worth should come from within, not from external sources. When you base your self-worth on external praise, you are essentially giving away your power to others. You are allowing them to determine your value, which makes you vulnerable to their opinions and judgments. The Stoics believed that true power comes from within, from a strong sense of self that is not dependent on external validation. By cultivating this inner power, you can build a sense of self-worth that is unshakable, regardless of what others think. This Stoic approach to self-worth is about reclaiming your autonomy. It's about recognizing that your value does not come from the approval of others, but from living a life that is true to your principles. When you stop seeking external validation, you free yourself from the need to constantly prove your worth to others. You begin to act with integrity, guided by your own inner compass, rather than trying to conform to the expectations of those around you. This kind of inner freedom is at the heart of Stoic wisdom. It allows you to live a life of purpose and fulfillment, unshaken by the opinions of others. The Stoics also recognized that external praise is often superficial. People may praise you for things that are not truly important, or for things that do not reflect your true character. When you allow this kind of superficial praise to define your self-worth, you are basing your sense of value on something that is ultimately meaningless. The Stoics would encourage you to focus on what truly matters: your own principles, your own actions, and your own sense of virtue. By doing so, you can build a sense of self-worth that is deep and lasting, rather than one that is based on superficial praise. There is also a practical reason why external praise should not define your self-worth. The Stoics believed that life is full of challenges and difficulties, and that true resilience comes from within. When you base your self-worth on external praise, you are setting yourself up for disappointment when the praise inevitably stops or turns to criticism. The Stoics taught that true resilience comes from a strong sense of self-worth that is independent of external validation. By cultivating this inner resilience, you can navigate life's challenges with greater confidence and peace of mind. In a world that often emphasizes external success and recognition, the Stoic view on self-worth offers a refreshing perspective. It encourages you to look within for your sense of value, rather than seeking it from others. It teaches you to be wary of external praise and to recognize that your true worth comes from living a life that is true to your principles. By embracing this perspective, you can build a life that is not only resilient in the face of challenges, but also deeply fulfilling. The Stoic approach to self-worth is ultimately about empowerment. It's about taking control of your own sense of value, rather than allowing it to be determined by others. It's about recognizing that your worth is not something that can be given to you by others, but something that you cultivate within yourself through your actions, your choices, and your commitment to living a virtuous life. By letting go of the need for external validation, you can find a deeper, more lasting sense of self-worth, one that is not easily shaken by the opinions of others. As you continue on your journey of self-reliance and inner strength, it's important to remember that the Stoic approach is not about rejecting all praise, but about putting it in its proper place. External praise can be a source of encouragement, but it should not be the foundation of your self-esteem. By maintaining a balanced perspective, you can enjoy the positive feelings that come with praise without becoming dependent on them. This balance is key to living a life that is both empowered and authentic. The Stoic view on external praise and self-worth is a powerful tool for cultivating a strong sense of self. It teaches you to be wary of external validation, to recognize when praise is being used to manipulate you, and to focus on living a life that is true to your values. By embracing this perspective, you can build a life that is resilient, confident, and deeply fulfilling. You can find true freedom in the knowledge that your worth is not determined by what others think of you, but by how you choose to live your life. This journey of understanding and applying the Stoic approach to self-worth is one that leads to greater self-awareness, humility, and inner peace. It empowers you to take control of your own sense of value, to live authentically, and to find fulfillment in the pursuit of virtue, rather than in the pursuit of praise. By embracing this philosophy, you can navigate the challenges of life with confidence, resilience, and a deep sense of inner strength. As we explore the Stoic perspective on external praise and self-worth, we begin to understand the power of internal validation and the dangers of relying on others to define our value. But there is another subtle yet pervasive trap that can undermine our inner strength: the dependence on material gifts. Imagine for a moment the fleeting thrill of receiving a gift, a new gadget, a luxurious item, or even money. The excitement is real, but how long does it last? The Stoics recognize that when we tie our happiness and sense of worth to material possessions, we set ourselves up for a life of instability and dissatisfaction. The allure of material gifts can be strong, but the Stoic lessons in simplicity teach us that true contentment comes from within, not from the accumulation of things. Material gifts, while often given with good intentions, can create a dangerous dependency. When we start to rely on these external tokens for our happiness, we begin to lose touch with what truly matters. The thrill of receiving a gift is temporary, and as soon as the novelty wears off, we find ourselves craving the next one. This cycle of desire and fleeting satisfaction can trap us in a never-ending pursuit of more, leading us away from the simplicity and contentment that the Stoics valued so highly. The Stoics would remind us that true happiness is not found in possessions, but in the strength of our character and the quality of our relationships. The danger of becoming dependent on material gifts is that it shifts our focus from what we can control, our thoughts, actions and responses, to what we cannot control, what others give us. This external focus can make us vulnerable to disappointment, as we cannot always count on receiving the gifts we desire. The Stoics taught that our well-being should not be at the mercy of external factors, especially those that are beyond our control. By cultivating an attitude of simplicity and detachment from material things, we can protect ourselves from the emotional highs and lows that come with dependency on gifts. Another aspect of this dependency is the way it can distort our values and priorities. When we place too much importance on material gifts, we may start to prioritize wealth and possessions over relationships, personal growth, and the pursuit of virtue. The Stoics believed that living a good life meant focusing on what truly matters, developing wisdom, practicing courage, and building meaningful connections with others. By placing our happiness in material gifts, we risk losing sight of these higher values, leading to a life that is shallow and unfulfilling. The Stoics also understood that material gifts could be a source of manipulation. When we become too attached to receiving gifts, we make ourselves susceptible to those who would use these gifts to control or influence us. This can create a power dynamic where the giver holds sway over the recipient, not out of genuine care, but because of the leverage that material gifts provide. The Stoics would caution us against allowing ourselves to be controlled in this way, reminding us that true freedom comes from within and is not dependent on external possessions. Moreover, the pursuit of material gifts can lead to a life of excess and clutter. When we accumulate more and more possessions, we may find ourselves overwhelmed by the very things we thought would bring us happiness. The Stoics valued simplicity, understanding that a life free from unnecessary distractions and excesses allows for greater clarity, focus, and inner peace. By embracing a simpler lifestyle and letting go of the need for material gifts, we can create space for what truly matters: personal growth, meaningful relationships, and a deeper connection to the world around us. It's also important to recognize that the joy we derive from material gifts is often short-lived. The Stoics were keenly aware of the impermanence of all things, including the satisfaction that comes from acquiring new possessions. They taught that we should find our contentment in things that are lasting and stable, our virtues, our wisdom, and our inner peace, rather than in the fleeting pleasure of material gifts. By focusing on these enduring sources of happiness, we can cultivate a sense of contentment that is not easily shaken by the loss or absence of material things. Another peril of depending on material gifts is the way it can fuel envy and jealousy. When we see others receiving gifts that we do not have, it can stir up feelings of inadequacy and resentment. The Stoics believed that these emotions are destructive and can lead to a life of discontent and inner turmoil. By letting go of the need for material gifts and embracing simplicity, we can free ourselves from the corrosive effects of envy and cultivate a sense of gratitude for what we already have. The Stoics also taught that true wealth is not measured by the number of possessions we have, but by our ability to be content with what we have. They believed that the pursuit of material wealth is a distraction from the pursuit of true wisdom and virtue. When we focus too much on acquiring material gifts, we risk neglecting the development of our character and the cultivation of our inner resources. The Stoics would encourage us to focus on enriching our minds and hearts rather than our bank accounts, knowing that this is where true wealth lies. Dependency on material gifts can also create a sense of entitlement. When we become accustomed to receiving gifts, we may start to expect them, taking them for granted rather than appreciating them as expressions of generosity. This sense of entitlement can erode our gratitude and make us more demanding and less appreciative of the kindness of others. The Stoics would remind us that nothing in life is guaranteed, and that we should approach each gift with humility and gratitude, recognizing it as a blessing rather than a right. Furthermore, the Stoics believed that dependence on material gifts could weaken our resilience. When we rely on external possessions for our happiness, we become less capable of coping with adversity and loss. The Stoics taught that true resilience comes from within, from our ability to adapt to changing circumstances and find peace in the face of hardship. By cultivating a sense of detachment from material things, we can build the inner strength needed to weather life's storms without being shaken by the loss of possessions. This Stoic lesson in simplicity is not about rejecting all material gifts or living a life of asceticism. Rather, it's about finding balance and ensuring that our happiness is not dependent on what we own. The Stoics would encourage us to enjoy the gifts we receive, but to do so with a sense of detachment, recognizing that they are not the source of our true contentment. By focusing on what we can control, our actions, our thoughts, and our character, we can cultivate a sense of inner peace that is not easily disturbed by the presence or absence of material things. The Stoics also believed that true generosity comes not from giving or receiving material gifts, but from sharing our wisdom, our time, and our compassion with others. They taught that these intangible gifts are far more valuable than any physical possession, as they have the power to enrich both the giver and the receiver in profound ways. By shifting our focus from material gifts to the gifts of the Spirit, we can cultivate a deeper sense of connection and fulfillment in our relationships with others. In addition to fostering simplicity, the Stoic approach to material gifts also encourages us to examine our motivations. Why do we desire these gifts? What do we hope to achieve by acquiring them? The Stoics believed that many of our desires for material things are driven by a misunderstanding of what will truly make us happy. They would encourage us to look beyond the surface and to question whether these gifts are really necessary for our well-being, or whether they are simply distractions from the pursuit of a more meaningful and fulfilling life. Dependency on material gifts can also lead to a distorted sense of self-worth. When we measure our value by the things we own, we are tying our identity to something that is ultimately external and impermanent. The Stoics would remind us that our true worth comes from within, from our character, our virtues, and our ability to live in accordance with our principles. By letting go of the need for material gifts, we can cultivate a sense of self-worth that is independent of our possessions and grounded in something far more stable and enduring. The Stoics also taught that material gifts can create a false sense of security. We may believe that by accumulating possessions, we are insulating ourselves from the uncertainties of life. However, the Stoics understood that true security comes not from what we own, but from our ability to adapt to whatever life throws our way. They would encourage us to cultivate this inner resilience, knowing that it is our inner resources, not our material possessions, that will sustain us in times of difficulty. Moreover, the Stoics believed that the pursuit of simplicity and detachment from material things could lead to a greater sense of freedom. When we are not weighed down by the desire for possessions, we are free to focus on what truly matters: our relationships, our personal growth, and our contribution to the world. This freedom allows us to live more fully and authentically without being constrained by the need to acquire and maintain material wealth. The Stoic lessons in simplicity also remind us of the importance of gratitude. When we are not constantly seeking more, we are better able to appreciate what we already have. The Stoics believed that gratitude is essential to living a fulfilling life, as it shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have. By cultivating an attitude of gratitude, we can find contentment in even the simplest of things, knowing that true happiness is not found in material gifts, but in our ability to appreciate the present moment. Dependency on material gifts can also lead to a sense of emptiness. No matter how many possessions we accumulate, there is always a void that cannot be filled by things. The Stoics understood this and taught that true fulfillment comes not from external sources, but from within. They would encourage us to look beyond the material and to seek out the deeper meaning and purpose in our lives. By focusing on what truly matters, our relationships, our personal growth, and our contribution to the world, we can find a sense of fulfillment that is far more enduring than any material gift. Another important Stoic lesson in simplicity is the idea of self-sufficiency. The Stoics believed that true contentment comes from being able to provide for our own needs, rather than relying on others to fulfill them. When we become too dependent on material gifts, we risk losing our sense of self-sufficiency, becoming reliant on others for our happiness. The Stoics would encourage us to cultivate this self-sufficiency, knowing that it is the key to living a life of independence and autonomy. In the end, the Stoic perspective on material gifts is about finding balance and focusing on what truly matters. It's about recognizing the dangers of dependency on external possessions and cultivating a sense of inner contentment that is not tied to what we own. By embracing simplicity and letting go of the need for material gifts, we can create a life that is rich in meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. This journey of understanding and applying the Stoic lessons in simplicity is one that leads to greater self-awareness, humility, and inner peace. It empowers us to take control of our own happiness, to live authentically, and to find fulfillment in the pursuit of virtue, rather than in the pursuit of material wealth. By embracing this philosophy, we can navigate the challenges of life with confidence, resilience, and a deep sense of inner strength. The Stoic view on material gifts and simplicity is a powerful tool for cultivating a life of true contentment and fulfillment. It teaches us to be wary of the dangers of dependency on external possessions, to recognize the value of simplicity, and to focus on what truly matters: our character, our relationships, and our contribution to the world. By embracing this perspective, we can build a life that is not only resilient in the face of challenges, but also deeply satisfying and meaningful. We can find true freedom in the knowledge that our worth and happiness are not determined by what we own, but by how we choose to live our lives. This approach to material gifts and simplicity also encourages us to reflect on our own desires and motivations. Why do we seek out these gifts? What do we hope to achieve by acquiring them? The Stoics would urge us to question whether these desires are truly aligned with our values, or whether they are simply distractions from the pursuit of a more meaningful and fulfilling life. By examining our motivations and letting go of unnecessary desires, we can cultivate a deeper sense of contentment and peace, knowing that true happiness comes from within, not from external possessions. As we continue to explore and apply the Stoic lessons in simplicity, we can find a greater sense of balance and clarity in our lives. We can learn to appreciate the simple pleasures, to find joy in what we have, and to live with a sense of purpose and intention that is not tied to the accumulation of material wealth. This is the path to true fulfillment, one that leads to a life that is rich in meaning, connection, and inner peace. By embracing the Stoic philosophy of simplicity, we can create a life that is truly worth living. As we delve deeper into the Stoic lessons of simplicity and the dangers of dependence on material gifts, we come to another profound insight: the peril of allowing approval from others to guide our actions. Imagine living your life constantly seeking the nod of approval from those around you. The praise feels validating, but what happens when that approval is withheld? The Stoics recognize this as a dangerous way to live. a life where your decisions are dictated by the whims and judgments of others rather than your own principles and values. The need for approval can be as addictive as it is destructive, leading us away from our true path and leaving us vulnerable to the ever-changing opinions of the crowd. When we allow approval from others to guide our actions, we hand over control of our lives to external forces. This can make us feel powerful when the approval flows in, but utterly powerless when it dries up. The Stoics taught that true freedom comes from within, from living in accordance with our own principles, rather than being swayed by the desires and expectations of others. By seeking approval, we become like ships tossed about by the winds of public opinion, never fully anchored, always at the mercy of the external environment. One of the greatest dangers of seeking approval is that it can lead us to compromise our values. When we are desperate for others' validation, we may start to do things that go against our own beliefs and principles simply to gain the approval we crave. This can lead to a deep sense of internal conflict and dissatisfaction, as we know that we are not being true to ourselves. The Stoics believed that integrity, staying true to our values and principles, is the foundation of a virtuous life. By allowing approval from others to dictate our actions, we risk losing this integrity and the inner peace that comes with it. Another issue with letting approval guide our actions is that it can make us overly dependent on external validation for our sense of self-worth. When our self-esteem is tied to what others think of us, we become vulnerable to their judgments. This dependency can create a cycle of insecurity, where we are constantly seeking reassurance from others, rather than finding confidence within ourselves. The Stoics would argue that this is a fragile way to live, as it leaves us exposed to the ups and downs of other people's opinions, rather than grounding us in a stable sense of self. The Stoics also understood that the pursuit of approval can distract us from our true purpose. When we are focused on pleasing others, we may lose sight of what truly matters to us. We start to prioritize what will make us popular or liked over what is meaningful and aligned with our values. This can lead to a life that feels empty and unfulfilled, as we are no longer living for ourselves, but for the approval of others. The Stoics would remind us that our actions should be guided by our own principles, not by the desire to be liked or accepted by others. Another profound Stoic insight is the recognition that approval is often fleeting and unreliable. People's opinions can change on a whim, influenced by factors that have nothing to do with us. When we allow these opinions to dictate our actions, we are building our lives on an unstable foundation. The Stoics taught that we should focus on what is within our control, our own thoughts, actions, and values, rather than being swayed by the ever-changing tides of public opinion. By doing so, we can create a life that is steady, resilient, and true to who we are. Letting approval guide our actions can also make us more susceptible to manipulation. Those who understand our need for validation can use it to control us, influencing our decisions and behavior in ways that serve their interests rather than our own. The Stoics would caution us against giving others this kind of power over our lives. They believed that true autonomy comes from within, from the ability to make decisions based on our own values and principles, without being swayed by the need for external approval. Moreover, when we seek approval, we may start to lose touch with our own identity. The more we try to conform to what others expect of us, the more we risk losing sight of who we truly are. This can lead to a sense of emptiness and confusion, as we are no longer sure what we stand for or what we truly want in life. The Stoics emphasized the importance of self-knowledge, understanding who we are, what we believe in, and what our values are. By letting go of the need for approval, we can reconnect with our true selves and live a life that is authentic and fulfilling. Another consequence of seeking approval is that it can lead to a lack of courage in our actions. When we are constantly worried about what others will think, we may hesitate to take bold steps or to stand up for what we believe in. This can prevent us from reaching our full potential and from living a life that is true to our values. The Stoics believed that courage is essential to living a virtuous life. They would encourage us to act with integrity and bravery, even when it means going against the crowd or facing disapproval. The Stoics also understood that approval is often given for the wrong reasons. People may praise us not because we are doing something virtuous, but because we are doing something that benefits them or aligns with their own interests. When we allow this kind of approval to guide our actions, we may find ourselves doing things that are not truly aligned with our values or that do not contribute to our own growth and fulfillment. The Stoics would encourage us to be discerning about the approval we seek and to ensure that our actions are guided by our own principles rather than by the desire to please others. By letting go of the need for approval, we can cultivate a greater sense of inner peace and confidence. When we are no longer dependent on external validation, we are free to act according to our own values and principles without being swayed by the opinions of others. This kind of inner freedom is at the heart of Stoic wisdom. It allows us to live a life of purpose and fulfillment, unshaken by the judgments of others. The Stoics also believed that true happiness comes from living a life that is aligned with our values, rather than from seeking the approval of others. When we focus on living according to our principles, we find a deeper sense of fulfillment and satisfaction, one that is not easily shaken by the opinions of others. This kind of happiness is lasting and stable, as it is rooted in something that is within our control, our own actions and values, rather than in the fickle approval of others. Another important Stoic insight is the idea that seeking approval can lead to a life of inauthenticity. When we are constantly trying to please others, we may start to present a version of ourselves that is not true to who we really are. This can create a sense of disconnection both from ourselves and from others, as we are not showing up as our true selves. The Stoics believed that authenticity is essential to living a fulfilling life. By letting go of the need for approval, we can embrace our true selves and build deeper, more meaningful connections with others. Moreover, the Stoics taught that approval from others is often based on superficial factors, such as our appearance, our social status, or our material possessions. When we allow these superficial factors to guide our actions, we risk losing sight of what truly matters: our character, our integrity, and our contribution to the world. The Stoics would encourage us to focus on these deeper values rather than on the external markers of approval that society often emphasizes. Another danger of seeking approval is that it can lead to a life of constant comparison. When we are focused on gaining approval from others, we may start to compare ourselves to those around us, measuring our worth by how we stack up against them. This can lead to feelings of inadequacy, jealousy, and resentment, as we are always trying to keep up with others or to outdo them in the pursuit of approval. The Stoics believed that comparison is a trap that can lead to a life of dissatisfaction and inner turmoil. They would encourage us to focus on our own path rather than on how we measure up to others, and to find contentment in living according to our own values and principles. Another profound Stoic insight is the recognition that approval is often given based on others' expectations rather than on what is truly best for us. When we allow these expectations to guide our actions, we may find ourselves pursuing goals or paths that are not aligned with our own values or desires. This can lead to a sense of emptiness and unfulfillment, as we are not living a life that is true to ourselves. The Stoics would remind us that our actions should be guided by our own principles rather than by the expectations of others, in order to live a life that is authentic and fulfilling. Letting go of the need for approval also allows us to develop a greater sense of self-confidence. When we are no longer dependent on external validation, we begin to trust our own judgment and abilities. This self-confidence empowers us to make decisions based on our own values, rather than on the desire to please others. The Stoics believed that this kind of self-reliance is essential to living a virtuous life, as it allows us to act with integrity and to stay true to our principles, even in the face of criticism or disapproval. Another consequence of seeking approval is that it can lead to a life of regret. When we allow the opinions of others to guide our actions, we may find ourselves making choices that we later regret, as they were not truly aligned with our values or desires. The Stoics taught that living a life of virtue requires us to act according to our own principles, rather than being swayed by the opinions of others. By letting go of the need for approval, we can make decisions that are true to ourselves and avoid the regret that comes from living a life that is not our own. The Stoics also believed that seeking approval can lead to a lack of authenticity in our relationships. When we are constantly trying to please others, we may start to present a version of ourselves that is not true to who we really are. This can create a sense of disconnection, both from ourselves and from others, as we are not showing up as our true selves. The Stoics believed that authenticity is essential to living a fulfilling life. By letting go of the need for approval, we can embrace our true selves and build deeper, more meaningful connections with others. Moreover, the Stoics taught that approval from others is often based on superficial factors, such as our appearance, our social status, or our material possessions. When we allow these superficial factors to guide our actions, we risk losing sight of what truly matters: our character, our integrity, and our contribution to the world. The Stoics would encourage us to focus on these deeper values, rather than on the external markers of approval that society often emphasizes. The Stoic approach to approval is a powerful tool for cultivating a life of true fulfillment and authenticity. It teaches us to be wary of the dangers of allowing approval from others to guide our actions, and to focus instead on living according to our own principles and values. By letting go of the need for external validation, we can build a life that is resilient, confident, and deeply satisfying. We can find true freedom in the knowledge that our worth and happiness are not determined by the approval of others, but by how we choose to live our lives. This journey of understanding and applying the Stoic approach to approval is one that leads to greater self-awareness, humility, and inner peace. It empowers us to take control of our own lives, to live authentically, and to find fulfillment in the pursuit of virtue, rather than in the pursuit of approval from others. By embracing this philosophy, we can navigate the challenges of life with confidence, resilience, and a deep sense of inner strength. As we navigate the perilous waters of seeking approval from others and the dangers it poses to our sense of self, we arrive at an even more insidious challenge: emotional manipulation. Imagine the subtle, almost imperceptible ways in which others can influence your emotions, leading you to act against your own best interests. Emotional manipulation is a form of control that can deeply undermine our autonomy and sense of self. The Stoics, with their profound understanding of human nature, recognized the destructive power of emotional manipulation and developed strategies to resist it. Through their teachings, we learn how to maintain our inner strength and clarity, even in the face of those who seek to manipulate our emotions for their gain. Emotional manipulation often begins with a subtle shift in our feelings, triggered by someone else's actions or words. It can be as simple as a comment designed to make us feel guilty, or a gesture intended to provoke a specific response. The Stoics taught that our emotions, while natural, should not be allowed to control us. Instead, we should strive to understand them, to recognize their origins, and to maintain our rationality in the face of emotional turbulence. By cultivating this emotional awareness, we can begin to see through the manipulative tactics of others and retain our sense of self-control. One of the primary tools of emotional manipulation is guilt. Manipulators often use guilt to pressure us into doing something we wouldn't otherwise do. They might frame a request in a way that makes us feel responsible for their happiness or well-being, leading us to act out of a sense of obligation rather than genuine desire. The Stoics, however, would remind us that we are not responsible for the emotions or satisfaction of others. Each person is responsible for their own state of mind. By internalizing this principle, we can resist the manipulative use of guilt and make decisions based on our own values rather than on a misplaced sense of duty. Another common form of emotional manipulation is the use of fear. Manipulators may try to instill fear in us, fear of loss, fear of rejection, or fear of failure, in order to influence our behavior. The Stoics understood that fear is a powerful emotion, but they also believed that it could be overcome through rational thought and inner strength. They taught that many of the things we fear are not as terrifying as they seem when viewed through the lens of reason. By cultivating a Stoic mindset, we can confront our fears head-on and refuse to let them dictate our actions. This resilience in the face of fear is crucial for avoiding emotional manipulation. Flattery is another tactic often employed by emotional manipulators. By showering us with compliments or praise, they seek to lower our defenses and make us more susceptible to their influence. The Stoics were wary of flattery, recognizing it as a tool that could easily lead us astray. They believed that true self-worth comes from within and should not be swayed by the opinions of others. By grounding ourselves in our own principles and understanding our true value, we can resist the allure of flattery and remain steadfast in our decisions. Emotional manipulation can also take the form of playing the victim. Manipulators may present themselves as helpless or wronged, hoping to elicit sympathy and compel us to act on their behalf. The Stoics, however, emphasized the importance of clear-eyed rationality over emotional responses. They taught that while it is natural to feel compassion, we must also discern whether the other person's plight is genuine or a ploy to manipulate our emotions. By practicing detachment and critical thinking, we can offer help where it is truly needed without being drawn into manipulative schemes. Another strategy manipulators use is creating a sense of indebtedness. By doing something for us, they may later imply that we owe them in return, even if the original act was unsolicited or minor. The Stoics would argue that true generosity expects nothing in return, and that we should not feel obligated by the gifts or favors of others. By maintaining a sense of independence and understanding the nature of true generosity, we can avoid falling into the trap of feeling indebted to those who seek to control us through this tactic. Isolation is another powerful tool of emotional manipulation. Manipulators may try to isolate us from others, convincing us that they are the only ones who truly care for us or understand us. This isolation can make us more dependent on them and more susceptible to their influence. The Stoics believed in the importance of community and the support of like-minded individuals. They would encourage us to maintain strong, healthy relationships with others who share our values and who can offer us a broader perspective. By staying connected to a supportive community, we can protect ourselves from the isolating effects of manipulation. Manipulators also often use uncertainty to their advantage, keeping us off balance and unsure of our own judgment. They may give mixed signals, alternate between affection and criticism, or constantly shift their expectations, all to create a sense of confusion. The Stoics, however, taught that clarity of mind is essential to living a virtuous life. They would encourage us to seek inner clarity and to trust in our own reasoning and judgment. By developing a strong sense of self and a clear understanding of our values, we can navigate through the fog of uncertainty and make decisions that are true to ourselves. One of the most insidious forms of emotional manipulation is gaslighting, where the manipulator tries to make us doubt our own perceptions, memories, or sanity. This tactic can be incredibly damaging, as it undermines our sense of reality and self-confidence. The Stoics would remind us of the importance of self-knowledge and trust in our own perceptions. They would encourage us to stay grounded in our own experiences and to seek out objective truth, rather than allowing someone else to define our reality. By staying connected to our own inner wisdom, we can resist the effects of gaslighting and maintain our sense of self. Another way manipulators gain control is by exploiting our need for approval and acceptance. They may withhold affection or approval as a means of controlling our behavior, making us feel unworthy or unloved unless we comply with their demands. The Stoics, however, taught that true self-worth comes from within and is not dependent on the approval of others. They would encourage us to cultivate a sense of self that is independent of external validation, so that we are not vulnerable to this kind of manipulation. By recognizing our own inherent worth, we can resist the manipulative tactics of those who seek to control us through our need for approval. Emotional manipulation often relies on creating a sense of urgency or pressure, pushing us to make decisions quickly, without time for reflection. Manipulators may try to convince us that we must act immediately or risk losing something important. The Stoics would advise us to resist this pressure and to take the time to think rationally about our decisions. They believed that calm, deliberate action is always preferable to rash, emotion-driven responses. By cultivating patience and taking the time to reflect, we can avoid being manipulated into making hasty decisions that do not align with our values. One of the most effective ways to resist emotional manipulation is to cultivate a strong sense of self-awareness. The Stoics believed that self-knowledge is the foundation of a virtuous life. By understanding our own emotions, triggers, and vulnerabilities, we can better recognize when someone is trying to manipulate us. This self-awareness allows us to maintain our inner stability and to respond to situations with clarity and rationality, rather than being swept up in the emotions that manipulators seek to provoke. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of practicing detachment. By learning to detach from our immediate emotional reactions, we can create the space needed to think clearly and make rational decisions. This detachment does not mean suppressing our emotions, but rather understanding them and not allowing them to control us. By practicing detachment, we can resist the emotional hooks that manipulators use to pull us in and maintain our autonomy in the face of their tactics. Another key Stoic principle in resisting emotional manipulation is the concept of inner tranquility. The Stoics believed that true peace comes from within, and that it is possible to maintain a sense of calm and equilibrium even in the face of external challenges. By cultivating this inner tranquility, we can create a buffer against the emotional turmoil that manipulators seek to create. This tranquility allows us to remain centered and grounded, making it more difficult for others to sway us from our path. The Stoics also taught the importance of setting boundaries. Emotional manipulators often try to overstep our boundaries, pushing us to do things we are uncomfortable with or that go against our values. The Stoics would encourage us to be firm in our principles and to clearly define the limits of what we are willing to tolerate. By setting and maintaining strong boundaries, we protect ourselves from being drawn into manipulative dynamics and ensure that our actions remain true to our values. Another important Stoic strategy for resisting emotional manipulation is the practice of rational self-reflection. The Stoics believed in regularly examining their own thoughts, actions, and motives to ensure that they were living in accordance with their values. This self-reflection allows us to recognize when we are being influenced by others in ways that do not serve our best interests. By taking the time to reflect on our decisions and to consider whether they align with our principles, we can avoid being swayed by emotional manipulation and stay true to ourselves. The Stoics also emphasized the value of mindfulness, being fully present and aware in the moment. This mindfulness allows us to observe our own emotions and reactions without being overwhelmed by them. By practicing mindfulness, we can become more attuned to the subtle ways in which others may try to manipulate our emotions. This heightened awareness enables us to respond to situations with clarity and composure, rather than being swept up in the emotional drama that manipulators often create. Another Stoic lesson in avoiding emotional manipulation is the importance of self-discipline. The Stoics believed that self-discipline is essential to living a virtuous life, as it allows us to control our impulses and make decisions based on reason rather than emotion. By cultivating self-discipline, we can resist the manipulative tactics of those who seek to provoke us into reacting emotionally. This self-discipline empowers us to act in accordance with our values, even in the face of pressure or provocation. The Stoics also taught that it is important to maintain perspective. Manipulators often try to make us feel as though their demands or emotions are of paramount importance, overshadowing everything else in our lives. The Stoics, however, would encourage us to take a step back and consider the bigger picture. By maintaining a broad perspective, we can see through the manipulative tactics of others and recognize when someone is trying to distort our priorities for their own gain. In addition to these strategies, the Stoics believed in the power of reason and logic. They taught that by applying reason to our decisions, we can cut through the emotional manipulation of others and see things as they truly are. This logical approach allows us to remain objective, to assess situations based on facts rather than emotions, and to make decisions that are in line with our principles. By cultivating our reasoning abilities, we strengthen our resistance to emotional manipulation and maintain our autonomy. Finally, the Stoics would remind us that we are ultimately responsible for our own emotions and reactions. While others may try to manipulate us, it is up to us to decide how we respond. By taking ownership of our emotions and practicing the Stoic principles of self-awareness, detachment, and rationality, we can protect ourselves from manipulation and maintain control over our own lives. The Stoic approach to avoiding emotional manipulation is a powerful tool for maintaining our autonomy and inner strength. It teaches us to recognize and resist the subtle tactics that others may use to influence our emotions and to remain true to our values in the face of external pressures. By embracing these Stoic principles, we can navigate the complexities of human relationships with clarity, confidence, and resilience, ensuring that our actions are guided by our own principles rather than by the manipulative tactics of others. This journey of understanding and applying the Stoic approach to emotional manipulation is one that leads to greater self-awareness, inner peace, and the ability to live a life of true freedom and authenticity. As we deepen our understanding of how Stoicism equips us to resist emotional manipulation, we encounter another powerful lesson that challenges conventional thinking: the rejection of pity and sympathy. Imagine a life where instead of seeking or accepting pity from others, you cultivate an unshakable resilience, one that allows you to face life's challenges with strength and dignity. The Stoics believed that by rejecting pity and sympathy, we embrace a form of resilience that is not only empowering, but also liberating. This perspective shifts our focus from victimhood to empowerment, teaching us to rely on our inner strength rather than the emotional crutches offered by others. Pity, often mistaken for compassion, can subtly undermine our sense of self-worth. When others pity us, they place us in a position of weakness, viewing us as incapable of overcoming our challenges. While pity may be well-intentioned, it carries with it an implication of inferiority, as though we are less capable or deserving of respect. The Stoics would argue that accepting pity reinforces this narrative of weakness, encouraging us to see ourselves as victims rather than as resilient individuals capable of overcoming adversity. By rejecting pity, we refuse to accept this diminished view of ourselves and instead choose to stand tall in the face of life's difficulties. Sympathy, on the other hand, often comes with a different set of challenges. While sympathy can be a genuine expression of care, it can also create a dependency on external validation and comfort. When we seek or accept sympathy, we may inadvertently start to rely on others to soothe our emotional wounds, rather than developing the inner strength needed to heal and move forward. The Stoics taught that true resilience comes from within, from the ability to face hardships with courage and clarity, without needing others to carry us through. By embracing this inner resilience, we empower ourselves to navigate life's challenges independently, without becoming reliant on the sympathy of others. Another aspect of rejecting pity and sympathy is the emphasis on personal responsibility. The Stoics believed that we are each responsible for our own emotions and reactions, regardless of the circumstances we face. When we accept pity or seek sympathy, we may be tempted to shift this responsibility onto others, expecting them to make us feel better or to solve our problems for us. This mindset can lead to a sense of helplessness, as we wait for others to lift us up rather than taking proactive steps to improve our situation. By rejecting pity and sympathy, we reclaim our responsibility for our own well-being, taking charge of our emotions and actions with a sense of ownership and empowerment. The Stoics also recognized that life is filled with challenges and adversities that are inevitable and often beyond our control. However, they believed that our true power lies in how we respond to these challenges. By rejecting pity and sympathy, we refuse to allow our circumstances to define us. Instead, we focus on developing the inner strength and resilience needed to rise above our challenges, no matter how difficult they may be. This shift in perspective allows us to approach life with a sense of agency and control, knowing that while we cannot always change our circumstances, we can always choose how we respond to them. Moreover, the Stoics understood that accepting pity and sympathy can create a cycle of dependency. When we rely on others for emotional support, we may find ourselves trapped in a pattern of seeking validation and comfort from external sources, rather than cultivating our own inner resources. This dependency can weaken our resilience over time, as we become increasingly reliant on others to help us navigate life's difficulties. The Stoics would encourage us to break free from this cycle by developing our own inner strength and learning to face challenges with courage and determination, without seeking or accepting pity or sympathy from others. Rejecting pity and sympathy also allows us to maintain our dignity in the face of adversity. The Stoics believed that true dignity comes from our ability to endure hardships with grace and composure, without succumbing to self-pity or seeking the validation of others. By embracing this Stoic resilience, we can face even the most difficult challenges with a sense of pride and self-respect, knowing that we are capable of overcoming them without relying on the emotional support of others. This dignity is a reflection of our inner strength and our commitment to living a life of virtue, regardless of the obstacles we encounter. The Stoics also taught that by rejecting pity and sympathy, we cultivate a mindset of self-sufficiency. This self-sufficiency is not about isolating ourselves from others or refusing help when it is genuinely needed, but rather about developing the inner resources necessary to handle life's challenges on our own terms. When we rely on our own strength and resilience, we become less vulnerable to the emotional ups and downs that come with external validation. This self-sufficiency empowers us to navigate life with greater confidence and independence, knowing that we have the tools within us to face whatever comes our way. Another important aspect of Stoic resilience is the ability to maintain emotional equilibrium in the face of adversity. The Stoics believed that true resilience is not just about enduring hardships, but about doing so with a calm and balanced mind. When we reject pity and sympathy, we refuse to let our emotions be swayed by the opinions or reactions of others. Instead, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and stability that allows us to remain composed and focused, even in the most challenging circumstances. This emotional equilibrium is a key component of Stoic resilience, enabling us to face life's difficulties with clarity and strength. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of perspective in building resilience. They taught that our suffering is often magnified by the way we perceive our challenges, rather than by the challenges themselves. By rejecting pity and sympathy, we refuse to adopt a victim mentality that sees our difficulties as insurmountable obstacles. Instead, we choose to view our challenges as opportunities for growth and self-improvement, recognizing that each adversity we face is a chance to strengthen our character and develop our resilience. This shift in perspective allows us to approach life's challenges with a sense of purpose and determination, rather than with a sense of defeat. Another profound insight from the Stoics is the idea that resilience is cultivated through practice and repetition. Just as physical strength is built through consistent exercise, emotional and mental resilience is developed through repeatedly facing and overcoming challenges. By rejecting pity and sympathy, we commit ourselves to the practice of resilience, knowing that each challenge we face is an opportunity to strengthen our inner fortitude. This practice of resilience not only prepares us to handle future difficulties with greater ease, but also instills in us a sense of confidence and self-assurance that comes from knowing we are capable of enduring and overcoming whatever life throws our way. The Stoics also recognized that resilience is closely tied to the development of virtues such as courage, wisdom, and self-discipline. By rejecting pity and sympathy, we commit ourselves to the cultivation of these virtues, knowing that they are the foundation of a resilient and fulfilling life. Courage allows us to face our challenges head-on, wisdom guides us in making sound decisions, and self-discipline ensures that we remain steadfast in our pursuit of our goals. By embracing these virtues, we build the resilience needed to navigate life's challenges with strength and grace, without relying on the emotional support of others. Rejecting pity and sympathy also helps us to foster a sense of inner peace and contentment. The Stoics believed that true happiness comes from within and that it is not dependent on external circumstances or the validation of others. By rejecting pity and sympathy, we free ourselves from the emotional turmoil that comes with seeking external validation, allowing us to cultivate a sense of inner peace that is not easily shaken by life's challenges. This inner peace is a reflection of our resilience and our commitment to living a life of virtue, regardless of the obstacles we encounter. Another key aspect of Stoic resilience is the importance of self-reflection. The Stoics believed that regularly examining our thoughts, actions, and emotions is essential to building resilience. By rejecting pity and sympathy, we encourage ourselves to engage in this practice of self-reflection, asking ourselves how we can better respond to challenges and how we can continue to strengthen our inner fortitude. This self-reflection allows us to learn from our experiences, to grow from our mistakes, and to continuously develop the resilience needed to navigate life's difficulties with confidence and strength. The Stoics also taught that resilience is not just about enduring challenges, but about thriving in the face of adversity. By rejecting pity and sympathy, we shift our focus from merely surviving to actively growing and evolving as individuals. This mindset allows us to see our challenges as opportunities for personal development rather than as obstacles to be overcome. By embracing this Stoic resilience, we not only build the strength needed to face life's difficulties, but also cultivate a sense of purpose and fulfillment that comes from knowing we are constantly growing and improving. Moreover, the Stoics believed that by rejecting pity and sympathy, we set an example for others. When we face our challenges with resilience and dignity, we inspire those around us to do the same. This leadership by example is a powerful way to influence others, as it demonstrates the strength and potential that lies within each of us. By embracing Stoic resilience, we not only improve our own lives, but also contribute to the well-being and empowerment of those around us, creating a ripple effect of strength and resilience in our communities. Finally, the Stoics would remind us that resilience is a lifelong journey. It is not something that is achieved overnight, but rather something that is continuously developed and refined throughout our lives. By rejecting pity and sympathy, we commit ourselves to this journey of resilience, knowing that each challenge we face is an opportunity to strengthen our inner fortitude and to live a life of greater purpose and fulfillment. This commitment to resilience is a reflection of our dedication to living a life of virtue, one that is guided by our principles and values, rather than by the opinions or reactions of others. The Stoic approach to rejecting pity and sympathy is a powerful tool for cultivating resilience and inner strength. It teaches us to embrace our challenges with courage and determination, to rely on our own inner resources rather than on the emotional support of others, and to view our difficulties as opportunities for growth and self-improvement. By embracing this Stoic resilience, we can navigate life's challenges with confidence, dignity, and grace, knowing that we are capable of overcoming whatever obstacles we encounter. This journey of understanding and applying the Stoic approach to resilience is one that leads to greater self-awareness, inner peace, and the ability to live a life of true freedom and authenticity. As we embrace the Stoic resilience that comes from rejecting pity and sympathy, we are led to another profound insight: the importance of not borrowing happiness from others. Imagine for a moment the fleeting joy that comes from depending on someone else to bring you happiness. It feels comforting, even exhilarating, but what happens when that source of joy is no longer there? The Stoics understood that relying on others for our happiness is a precarious endeavor, one that leaves us vulnerable to the whims and actions of those around us. Instead, they taught the value of self-reliance, of cultivating an inner wellspring of contentment that is independent of external circumstances or relationships. This approach is not about isolation, but about developing a deep, unshakable sense of happiness that is grounded in your own values, actions, and understanding. When we borrow happiness from others, we place our emotional well-being in their hands. This can create a cycle of dependency where our mood and sense of self-worth rise and fall based on how others treat us, what they do for us, or how they make us feel. The Stoics recognized that this is a fragile way to live. By depending on others for our happiness, we give away our power and become susceptible to disappointment, frustration, and even despair when things don't go as we hope. The Stoics would advise us to take back that power by finding happiness within ourselves, a happiness that is not contingent on the actions or approval of others. One of the fundamental teachings of Stoicism is that we should focus on what is within our control. Other people's actions, thoughts, and feelings are not within our control, and thus, depending on them for our happiness is inherently risky. The Stoics would encourage us to look inward, to develop a sense of contentment that comes from living according to our principles, engaging in meaningful activities, and nurturing our inner lives. This self-reliant happiness is stable, enduring, and not easily shaken by the external events or the behavior of others. Another danger of borrowing happiness from others is that it can lead us to compromise our values and priorities. In our desire to maintain that source of happiness, we may start to mold ourselves to fit the expectations of others, doing things that are not true to who we are. This can lead to a deep sense of disconnection from ourselves, as we become more focused on pleasing others than on living a life that is authentic and meaningful. The Stoics would remind us that true happiness comes from living in alignment with our values, not from trying to meet the expectations of others. By cultivating self-reliance, we ensure that our happiness is grounded in who we truly are, rather than in how others perceive us. The Stoics also understood that when we rely on others for happiness, we set ourselves up for inevitable disappointment. Relationships, circumstances, and people change, and what once brought us joy may no longer be available or may even turn into a source of pain. If our happiness is tied to these external factors, we are left vulnerable and at the mercy of life's uncertainties. The Stoics would encourage us to build our happiness on a more solid foundation, our inner resilience, our ability to find meaning in our experiences, and our commitment to living a virtuous life. This internal source of happiness is far more enduring and reliable, as it is not subject to the constant changes and unpredictabilities of the external world. Moreover, borrowing happiness from others can prevent us from developing our own emotional and psychological resources. When we look to others to make us happy, we may neglect the development of our own inner strengths, such as self-compassion, gratitude, and emotional resilience. The Stoics believed that these inner qualities are essential for a fulfilling life, and that they are best cultivated through self-reflection, discipline, and a commitment to personal growth. By relying on our own resources for happiness, we become more self-sufficient and better equipped to handle life's challenges with grace and equanimity. Another important aspect of Stoic self-reliance is the idea of contentment with the present moment. The Stoics taught that happiness is not something to be found in the future or in external circumstances, but in the here and now. By focusing on the present and finding contentment in our current situation, we free ourselves from the need to seek happiness from others or from some future event. This present moment awareness is a key element of Stoic practice, allowing us to cultivate a deep sense of peace and fulfillment that is independent of external factors. The Stoics also believed that true happiness is tied to our sense of purpose and meaning in life. When we borrow happiness from others, we may lose sight of our own purpose, becoming more focused on what makes others happy or on what they expect from us. This can lead to a sense of emptiness or lack of direction, as we are no longer living in alignment with our true values and goals. The Stoics would encourage us to find happiness by pursuing our own purpose, by engaging in activities that are meaningful to us and that contribute to our personal growth and well-being. This sense of purpose is a powerful source of self-reliant happiness, one that is deeply fulfilling and not easily shaken by external events. Another danger of relying on others for happiness is that it can create unrealistic expectations and lead to resentment when those expectations are not met. We may expect others to make us happy in ways that are beyond their ability or responsibility, and when they inevitably fall short, we may feel disappointed or even betrayed. The Stoics would remind us that others are not responsible for our happiness. We are. By taking responsibility for our own emotional well-being, we free others from the burden of meeting our expectations and avoid the resentment that can arise from unmet needs. The Stoics also taught that borrowing happiness from others can lead to a life of distraction and superficiality. When we seek happiness in external things, whether it's the approval of others, material possessions, or fleeting pleasures, we may find ourselves constantly chasing after the next source of joy, never fully satisfied with what we have. This can lead to a sense of restlessness and dissatisfaction, as we are always looking for happiness outside of ourselves rather than cultivating it within. The Stoics would encourage us to shift our focus from external distractions to the development of our inner life, finding contentment in simplicity, self-discipline, and the pursuit of wisdom. Another important aspect of Stoic self-reliance is the cultivation of emotional resilience. When we rely on others for happiness, we may become more vulnerable to emotional ups and downs, as our mood is influenced by the actions and reactions of those around us. The Stoics believed that true resilience comes from within, from our ability to manage our own emotions and maintain a sense of balance and equanimity, regardless of external circumstances. By developing this inner resilience, we become less dependent on others for our happiness and more capable of navigating life's challenges with strength and clarity. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of accepting the impermanence of all things. When we borrow happiness from others, we may cling to relationships or circumstances that are inherently transient, leading to a sense of loss or despair when they inevitably change. The Stoics taught that everything in life is subject to change, and that true happiness comes from accepting this impermanence and finding contentment within ourselves. By embracing the transitory nature of life, we free ourselves from the need to hold on to external sources of happiness and instead find peace in the present moment. Another key element of Stoic self-reliance is the practice of gratitude. The Stoics believed that cultivating gratitude for what we have, rather than focusing on what we lack or what others provide, is essential for a fulfilling life. By practicing gratitude, we shift our focus from external sources of happiness to the abundance that already exists within us and around us. This attitude of gratitude fosters a sense of contentment and well-being that is independent of external circumstances, allowing us to find happiness within ourselves rather than borrowing it from others. The Stoics also recognized that relying on others for happiness can lead to a loss of personal freedom. When our happiness is tied to the actions or approval of others, we may find ourselves making choices that are not truly our own, but that are influenced by our desire to please or gain the acceptance of others. This can lead to a sense of being trapped or controlled by the expectations and demands of those around us. The Stoics would encourage us to reclaim our freedom by finding happiness within ourselves, making choices that are aligned with our own values and desires, rather than being dictated by the need for external validation. Moreover, the Stoics taught that true happiness is found in the cultivation of virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and self-discipline. These virtues are the foundation of a fulfilling life and are not dependent on external factors or the actions of others. By focusing on the development of these virtues, we cultivate a sense of inner strength and integrity that allows us to find happiness within ourselves, regardless of external circumstances. This virtuous life, according to the Stoics, is the key to true and lasting happiness. Another important aspect of Stoic self-reliance is the practice of mindfulness and self-awareness. The Stoics believed that by becoming more aware of our own thoughts, emotions, and motivations, we can better understand what truly makes us happy and avoid the pitfalls of borrowing happiness from others. This self-awareness allows us to recognize when we are relying too much on external sources of happiness and to redirect our focus toward cultivating inner contentment. By practicing mindfulness, we become more attuned to our own needs and desires, allowing us to find happiness within ourselves rather than seeking it from others. The Stoics also taught that by relying on ourselves for happiness, we develop a greater sense of personal responsibility. When we take ownership of our own happiness, we are more likely to make choices that are aligned with our values and that contribute to our long-term well-being. This sense of responsibility empowers us to take control of our lives and to create the conditions for our own happiness, rather than waiting for others to provide it for us. By embracing this responsibility, we become more self-reliant and more capable of navigating life's challenges with confidence and resilience. Another key element of Stoic self-reliance is the importance of setting healthy boundaries. When we borrow happiness from others, we may find ourselves crossing our own boundaries or allowing others to do so in order to maintain that source of joy. This can lead to a sense of being overwhelmed or taken advantage of, as we prioritize the needs and desires of others over our own well-being. The Stoics would encourage us to set clear boundaries that protect our own happiness and ensure that we are living in alignment with our values. By establishing and maintaining these boundaries, we cultivate a sense of self-respect and self-reliance that allows us to find happiness within ourselves. The Stoics also recognized the value of solitude in cultivating self-reliant happiness. While relationships and connections with others are important, the Stoics believed that spending time alone allows us to connect with our inner selves, to reflect on our values, and to cultivate a sense of inner peace and contentment. By embracing solitude, we create the space to develop our own sources of happiness, independent of the influence of others. This practice of solitude helps us to strengthen our self-reliance and to find joy in our own company, without needing to borrow happiness from external sources. Another important aspect of Stoic self-reliance is the cultivation of self-compassion. The Stoics believed that by being kind and understanding toward ourselves, we can create a strong foundation of self-worth and self-acceptance that is not dependent on the approval or validation of others. By practicing self-compassion, we learn to find happiness within ourselves, regardless of external circumstances or the actions of others. This self-compassion allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater resilience and to find peace and contentment within, without needing to rely on others for our happiness. Finally, the Stoics would remind us that self-reliant happiness is not about isolation or rejecting relationships with others. Instead, it is about finding a balance between our own inner contentment and the joy we derive from our connections with others. By cultivating self-reliance, we can engage in relationships from a place of strength and authenticity, rather than from a place of neediness or dependency. This allows us to build deeper, more meaningful connections with others, while also maintaining our own sense of happiness and well-being. In conclusion, the Stoic approach to self-reliant happiness is a powerful tool for living a fulfilling and meaningful life. It teaches us to cultivate happiness from within, rather than borrowing it from others, and to focus on what is within our control. By embracing Stoic strategies for self-reliance, we can develop a deep sense of contentment and well-being that is independent of external circumstances, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with strength, resilience, and inner peace. This journey of understanding and applying the Stoic approach to self-reliant happiness leads to greater self-awareness, inner strength, and the ability to live a life of true freedom and authenticity. As we've journeyed through these 9 Stoic life lessons, we've uncovered the deep wisdom of relying on inner strength, rejecting the lure of external validation, and cultivating self-reliance. From understanding the dangers of seeking validation to avoiding emotional manipulation And from resisting the temptation to borrow happiness from others to embracing resilience without pity or sympathy, these lessons are about reclaiming your power. They remind us that true contentment and fulfillment come from within, not from what others give or say. Now it's your turn to reflect. Which of these lessons resonated with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear how you're applying Stoic wisdom in your own life. If you found value in this journey, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. Together, let's continue exploring the path to a resilient and empowered life.